Greetings, mortals, and welcome back to, stuff.
So today we're going to be progressing into Eden. Spoiler alert. For the name of a location. Let's see here. Don't think that's a major spoiler, but we're going for it. Sure hope it ain't, because it's in the title. So, today we're going to be doing that. We're moving into the next section of Myria Station. Let's see here. And where the heck did my thing go? Did I very sensibly put one into the thinger? Now, don't tell my waistband or anything, but I am drinking Mountain Dew for the second day in a row. But they're out of the 0-calorie Pepsi. Now, are they out of the 0-calorie Coke? But no, but I don't like the 0-calorie Coke quite as much as the 0-calorie Pepsi. It's not quite as nice. And, you know, so there. And also don't tell my dentist. Who I'll be seeing tomorrow. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. Don't tell my waistband. Don't tell my dentist. These are the two individual entities that need to remain in the dark about my current stream behaviors. Don't worry about it. Okay, so we are going to... I got distracted thinking about the wording that I used in an email I was writing earlier, because that's who I am as a human being. It is very funny to me how long it takes me to do simple communication tasks. I am like the slowest writer in existence. So this is why I could never be a professional writer. Not because my writing isn't good, because I actually started rereading. I started rereading the War of the Dead at some point recently, and I was like, you know what? I don't hate this. Which is weird, because I hate everything that I've written the second that I've written it, which is why I'm a slow writer. Literally, that's why I'm a slow writer. It's because I write a thing very quickly, and then I go, I hate that, I need to rewrite that, and then I do that for the next... until I get dragged away from the computer, basically. So... What I need is for an editor. This is not a real thing, and this is not a real thing that I need, to be clear. I am making a joke. What I need is an editor who will allow me to type into a black box, and then once I have typed into this black box, meaning I can't see what I've written, and then will take that box away from me. I'm basically like typing into a screen that's blacked out. I don't get to read anything that I've written on there. And then it will be revealed to me 10 years later, after it's already been edited and published. The issue with that is that I'm also a control freak, so I've had editors before, and I don't like having editors. I don't like the editorial decisions they make. So there's that. Now that I think about that, that might actually work out even worse. Oh god, I'm basically just a bad writer, it turns out. But not for the reasons that you would typically expect. I am what we would describe as a constitutionally poor writer, or a a writer of poor character. I do not have the appropriate character for writing. When I was in actually this is actually a great parallel. So when I was in high school, I had a not high school. This is middle school. This is when I was taking algebra for the second time, first or second time. I don't know which. But when I was taking algebra for the first or second time, they failed me despite the fact that I didn't have a single failing grade. I had an A, a B, and a D in the class, I remember, and they held me back because they didn't want to put me into geometry or whatever. And I still remember this. Look, there's a reason I didn't pursue math as a career, okay? There's a reason it wasn't a career for me. And that's probably not it. It's probably that I'm lazy. We don't need to worry about that. The point is, I actually kind of did pursue math as a career. Look at these fucking spreadsheets. The point is that I remember that the line that the school fed to my parents was that he wasn't mature enough for advanced mathematics. That was the line that was fed to my parents. Is like, okay, so intellectually, or like he's not mature enough to go into geometry, basically. Like geometry is too intellectually, requires too much character. So that's why I need to be held back and stay in algebra, where I stayed for 2 more years for mostly unrelated reasons. But it did successfully get me within a year of where I was supposed to be in terms of the math curriculum. So there is that. They held me back like 3 years in math, and it only brought me to 1 year ahead in math. That's how far ahead I was in math as a middle schooler. It's actually kind of wild to think about. I had a college student in, I think I was in 3rd grade or 4th grade. So we don't need to go into the details of this, because the point of me bringing this up was not to talk about the failings of the American education system. The point of me bringing this up was that the thing that they made up about me for math is probably accurate when it comes to writing, which is that I can write perfectly competent prose, I think. I think I'm actually fairly decent at it. I can write perfectly coherent prose. I've got, some decent narratives in me. I've got all sorts of interesting stuff. However, my one big failing as a writer is me as a human being. That's my one big failing as a writer, is that I'm a huge pain in the ass. So that makes it a lot harder, That's my writing theory is, yes, Artole, perfectly competent and absolutely incapable of getting this shit done. Now, that being said, I have finished works, which is not normal, right? That does put me ahead of the curve substantially. Like most people, this actually might stop being an issue for people, because so many people are going to just be cheating with AI now. So like people are just going to get a computer to write some garbage for them, and then they're going to act like they finished a fucking manuscript. It's like, no man, you didn't finish a manuscript. You wrote 20%. You wrote the easiest 20% of a manuscript and then got someone else to finish the last 80% for you. The last 80%, which, to be clear, are the hard part. The hard part is finishing a manuscript, not starting a manuscript. The hardest stuff that you're going to write is the last stuff you're going to write. That might not be true. Maybe, like, this stuff right before the last stuff is the hardest stuff to write. The last stuff to write actually might be fairly easy. I think there might be like a bell curve to it. I'd have to ask some people who've actually written anything in the last, well, not written, who have actually finished something in the last like 20 years. And which technically includes me. When did I publish you? Give me a second. We're googling myself. War of the Dead. Not. Tell you this. This was well. This is when I printed the entire thing. It has been 14 years since I published the compilation. So it's been 14 years since I would argue that I have published. Sorry, since I have like finished a thing, because the War of the Dead was a bit of a cheat. So here's a fun fact: is that novels are long and novellas are short. So if you write a short novella, if you write a short novella, the first novella was not very long for a novella. If you write a short novella, you can finish a story with that novella, and then you can write another novella, and then another novella, and then you have a short book that's like that's 3 completed products that you've actually finished within, a few months or whatever. I don't actually know how long it took me to write all 3 of them. I don't think it took me that long. Unfortunately, networking is a problem. All your favorite artists are very good at networking. That might not be entirely true. There might be some who are very bad at it. But for the most part, they're very good at networking. Or they have a relative who who is their network. They have either a very useful network or a very useful relative. Okay, so we're about to hit 20. We're already about to hit 25 with Peiko. Do I want to just level up Peiko a couple of times? I feel like maybe I just want to level up Peiko a couple of times here at the entrance. This is probably not the optimal place to be leveling up Peiko, but like rather than going deeper. Oh yeah, because I want to use Peiko for the next boss. Yeah. We're gonna level up Peiko a couple times because I want to use Peiko for the next boss. I want to get Peiko up to level 30. I think that's what I want. So we're gonna do that. I will brook no disagreement on this front. Okay, so that is unfortunate because I did in fact forget to do the thing I was supposed to do. I guess I could just pilfer on the Adept, and Peiko's going to inspect the armor. I sure hope I didn't strip Peiko. Oh, that would be terrible. Are you healing? I think that's Remedy or something. Okay. Miss, let's go. Okay, we actually are going to charm the Adept as well, because I would like to get this steal done. Are you... I guess we can examine the Adept, actually, because the Adept technically has a thing that I need here. Now that I think about it. The Adept has... it has the ability to cast Ebon Fire, technically. I really need to figure out what I'm gonna do for stream on Thursday. I guess I won't know what I'm gonna do for stream on Thursday. Okay, so what do I do for you? I guess since I don't have the ability to do what I want to do here, we're going to just pop into Force. And I don't think I need to do anything other than Force. We just Force and then we tag an aura on the armor and call it a day. This should be more than sufficient to instigate it. $46. Uh-oh! Well, that's unfortunate. You can't do the thing while asleep. Now, I don't actually know... I don't actually know if it can drop the item in this circumstance, but we'll find out. We actually probably won't find out. There's like a 1 in 32 chance that we ever find out. Oh, the other thing that I did realize, the item that I'm looking to farm later on, that I need to farm 4 copies of? How many copies of this shit do I need? How many characters are there? Ooh, I love that. Did I not? I didn't do this guy. Okay, it's a problem. Ooh, can I guess death on you? I think these might be vulnerable to status. They're probably not vulnerable to death, though, right? I need to examine with Peiko because Peiko is there. Let's go ahead and open up this. Come on, die. That'd be awesome. You did not die. Die for me. That is such a great name for an attack, by the way. In the Shin Megami Tensei games, there is a signature attack that one of the characters has that's called Die For Me, and it's an instant death move. It's an AoE instant death move that's very, very strong. And it's not super useful because it's an instant death move, but it's pretty cool. I don't know what I was looking up in the database. I was looking up something. No. Why would I need what did I need the database for? I have no idea what I was... I don't know what I was opening that for, but... let's see. I guess I could lightning you? Oh, yes, I wanted to check if you're vulnerable to death. So... let's see. What am I looking for? Let's look for the Chimera boss that we just fought. Then we can scroll back to get to... yeah. These are called armor, so this is not an enemy that I'm going to be able to search. But the other thing is that because of the way that this is... they are immune to death, unfortunately. That would be cool if they could be killed with instant death spells, but... you are going to examine. They're not technically immune to status effects, but I think I'm more likely to reprisal on them than they are to fall asleep, so... I forgot to switch on my Dream Ring. I need the Dream Ring on Peiko because Peiko needs to not reprisal. And if I am examining, I can't reprisal. If I'm sleeping, I can reprisal. Like the wake up into reprisal is the thing. Luckily they did put me to sleep. We're just going to pop Dragon Form quick. And we're going to take a quick pot shot at Armor 1. With Armor 1 dead, I don't have the ability to have anything bad happen to Peiko. And then we're just going to inspect, and we're going to inspect. So Peiko won't be able to counterattack. I don't know... oh, that's bad. Okay, we're fine. I did not use Shadow, which I should have used. Okay, we are blowing through a lot of mana here. We'll be able to stop blowing through mana the second that I put myself into the front row, but I'm not willing to risk it until I do that. We got 2 more Claymores. Who needs stealing when you have the ability to just hit charm and then instantly get everything that you want? Okay, so... we're not going to be farming armors in general, it's just that I want to... oh, I don't have... I have Holy Mantle. I should actually organize my inventory a bit since I keep having to switch around. Am I seriously? You know, I wonder if it's set on entry to the area. Like, you finish a battle, So, we charm on you, and you can examine. You can examine. Peiko has more defense now, so Peiko shouldn't be killable. Here. Froststrike cannot put me to sleep in human form. I can use a reprisal, though, and that's not quite lethal. There's no real way around getting a reprisal on turn 1. But I can kill that with a spell in order to ensure... Do I have a spell that can kill you with? I do on the character who's asleep. You know, I'm just gonna answer. I'm not gonna worry about it. I imagine that you need to do 2 attacks and fail to kill with the second one, but I don't really know that for sure. Alright, Peiko has leveled up. And with Peiko leveling up, we are going to immediately leave. Because Peiko is behind everyone else right now, and I feel like I just want to do that. It doesn't actually take that long to get back out of here. It's fairly fast. So we've hit 25 on Peiko. Peiko has a fairly... Yes, if we get to 26 on Peiko with days, then we can actually just we can switch over again for 3 levels, and then switch over for 2 levels. So we have the Dragon Fang already. I'm wondering if we want to... how we want to handle this. Because that's 3 levels, but it is also 3 fairly early levels. Peiko's going to have such crazy stats by level 30. Level 30 and level 27 are both huge fucking levels. Those are both enormous levels for me, so... If we swap the party around... we need to switch in Nina and Momo, and put Nina in the front row. Attack formation, that will enable us to kill anything that we run into here. And I could change... I could change my equipment, but I'm not going to. I'm perfectly content to run into a Berserker or Archmage. If I run into a Berserker and it kills me, it's going to be very funny. I don't think it will. I think that there's... Every time we get a kill on a Berserker, it gets a lot harder for us to lose the next one. Every initial point of... You know, it occurs to me that if I get ambushed by a Berserker... Wait. If I get ambushed by a Berserker, I could very easily die. I think if I get ambushed by a Berserker, I just run. And hope that I live. Luckily, I can't get ambushed by a Berserker and have it AoE me to death. Both because I should have Flame Rings equipped, which I don't, but both because of that and because... They start out confused, so they don't actually use Flame Whip on turn 1. They don't have an AoE to hit me with until they are out of confusion. The other thing that I need to check, I would love to check this, is how much damage they're doing once they've berserked. Because Berserk is supposed to triple your damage, right? Sorry, it doesn't it triples your power, not your damage. The maximum power that your party can have during a fight is 999. I don't know if that actually applies to enemies. So I would love to see a berserked Berserker, which should have a base power of 2100, and just see how hard it hits. Because I think that it's also subject to the power cap. So I think that it's not actually tripling its power. I'm pretty sure that a Berserker is only going to increase its power. I'm going to daze next, right? Yeah, we're going to daze and then fall. So... Oh, and also we have Nina in the party, so we can actually pick up some of the skills we're looking for. It's going to be so weird to actually have to switch Nina to a different character. Do we want Ladon as our next party, as our next character firm? Her defense is garbage. Is she naked? She's not naked. She's naked. I think we do Ladon because I want the agility more than anything else right now. If I could get to 120 agility naturally, that would be so fucking funny. It would be so funny for her to have 120 agility naturally, but there's no shot that's going to happen anytime soon. I mean, she's already at 89. So, like, and by naturally, I am including the speed boots into the natural classification. I mean, without having to cast a buff. So, nah, she needs another, like, third. There's no shot. Not unless we gave her Mary Leap. If we gave her Mary Leap, then sure, but no. What am I doing? We're talking to you, and we are moving Peiko over to talk to you. So, and I think we will fight the armors in the entryway to get this level potentially, just because I don't have another thing. I suppose I should give you some kind of reward. I give you this. Nina learned Mjolnir. There's someone who wants to learn from me? There sure is. You have to call me ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Sure howdy. Ho, 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 ho. I was looking at the masters for Breath of Fire 4, and I do not know what I'm going to be doing there. I'm very curious. I have no idea what my intention is. I'm basically going to check if we have another thing. Okay. We don't have another skill that we're learning. Mjolnir might be the last one until Thinger, but I might need 12. I think I need 12 for one of them, which would put her at 35, and she's only like what? Or sorry, not 35, 45. Because I think she has to go all the way to 48. She has like 15 levels under days. It's crazy. She has so many levels that she needs to put under days. I'm actually glad that I'm doing them now, though, because being able to play with Celerity is going to be fun. Celerity allows you to break the stat cap, which is interesting. So I doubt that it actually lets you break the stat cap. My assumption is that it just puts a ×2 in, like, it basically is a modifier that puts a ×2 anytime it checks your stats. So in combat, so right, it's like not a ×2 to your power. It's your power, and then there's a ×2 that's attached to it. So rather than reading like from 999 to like 1998 or whatever, right? And instead of doing that, it reads 999, and then there's ×2 in the formula. That would be my assumption. I don't think that it's actually breaking the stat cap. I could be wrong, though. I don't know that for sure. What am I doing? We're getting one more level under Peiko. And once we've gotten that level under Peiko, do we want to... How much EXP do we need? You need... like 3,000 EXP is a decent bit. Okay, so we will swap... I was thinking about maybe going to the factory instead. We're not going to the factory instead. And for those of you who are wondering when I'm going to the Desert of Death to do the thing that I said I was going to do at the beginning of the stream, don't worry about it. I don't know what you're talking about. I do want to eventually get that done. I do eventually want to get that done. It's not one of the ultimate weapons, but I said I was going to do the completionist thing, and then I fucked up the Desert of Death twice now, and it's very embarrassing. And you know, this holy mantle of mine has really been causing some problems for me. Did I save at all while I was out there? Have I saved since I leveled up Peiko? I'm sure it's fine. I'm not going to get ambushed by a Berserker. We're fine. I'm not going to get ambushed by a Berserker. We don't need to worry about it. Everything is fine. Yeah, so now we can level up Peiko one more time, and then we have 3 levels to get Peiko, and then we have 2 levels to get Peiko. The problem is that I don't have anything that I really want to be farming, so I do think in the places that I'm currently at. So I think that we will be continuing onward. I think I can get access to Goo Kings before the next boss? Maybe? Maybe? I don't really have any idea. I might be able to, I might not be able to. I think I can. The thing is that I don't remember the specific sequence of events. For some reason, as I'm approaching this next sequence, it's like a black box. Like a bunch of stuff happens, and I don't remember what happens. Which seems crazy, right? That I don't remember what happens, because it's like I remember some of the stuff that happens, and I'm like, but what leads me to be in that situation? How do I get there? That's kind of weird and bizarre. How does that happen? And the answer is I just don't know. I just don't know. So those drop wisdom seeds and wisdom fruits, which is kind of cool. I didn't realize they drop. Presumably the seed is a steal, and the fruit is a thinger. Okay, we're swapping in Peiko and Ray for now. I think we'll use a party of Peiko and Ray for the next fight, because Nina is incredibly overleveled at this point. We used Gar and Momo for the most recent fight. So I think for the next fight we'll use Ray and Peiko. I think that's who I want to use for this upcoming fight. Just switch it up a bit. I don't know who I'm going to have be carrying. I'll probably have Ray carry. I need to give Ray a good skill. Let's see. Maybe super no, his attack power isn't that high. I think super combo belongs on someone with an arbitrarily high power stat. I think super combo is for the protagonist. Triple blow. It should be triple blow. Because Gar is not very good with triple blow, if we're being perfectly honest. He's not a very good triple blow user. Do I have... Because he can miss. I would want him to be using Shadow Walk. Do I have something I can give Momo? The problem is that I feel like Momo and Gar just kind of have to compete for... Because of the fact that there's more characters that are physical attackers than there are... Oh, you know what I need? You know what I need for Ray? Ray gets Aura. That's what Ray gets, because Ray has a fairly low base attack power. And it's also appropriate, because Ray is spending most of his levels under Ladon. And Ladon is how you learn Aura. So, I feel very comfortable... God damn it, I forgot to switch. Please no armor, please no armor. Fuck! Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Do you have the ability to... Wait, of course you can. Of course you can cast power. Okay, wait a second. Wait a second. You could just use your Holy Avenger. Okay. Peiko, you are not healthy right now. You could die this turn. Wait a second. Can I make you more durable than you currently are? I could give you high boots. What's the power on these armors? They have 225, so they are hitting for an additional 30 over what they would normally be hitting for. If I look at you have an ice shield equipped. That's not what I want you to have equipped. You have the Ares gloves equipped. Perfect. We give you a mind shield. Why not? You charm this armor. Ray, you were doing something that was useful. Yes, you were casting Might on Cake. Peiko, you are equipping the Ares gloves, which is a huge boost to your defense. And now you have the potential to take like 11 damage from their normal damage, and almost all of it is just going to be the damage that bypasses armor. So we're golden. We're all set. So Holy Avenger comes out with Ray. That allows us... I should have probably cast Speed, because I don't think Ray will naturally X-turn right now with the Adept in place. Okay, that did nothing. Risky Blow comes out. This is in fact lethal. Cake is not getting an X-turn, which sucks for me. We charm the armor. Do we charm the armor this turn? No, I think we raise dead. No, we don't raise dead, we resurrect. 50 to cast fucking Vigor? Jesus Christ. Let's see here. You can continue examining the Adept. The Adept has the ability to use a thing, so we might as well take advantage of the fact that Peiko's good at learning skills. So don't Risky Blow Peiko, please. Does Peiko have a Dream Ring? I don't think I have given Peiko a Dream Ring. Okay, this is not Ebon Fire. How funny would it be if I just got Ebon Fire while I was dicking around with these armors? Okay. Please. Okay. I'm not sure how Risky Blow is calculated, but it's not going to be good for me if it is. Cake has already used both of the things, so we super combo Armor 1, we Pilfer on the Adept. You know what? We don't Pilfer, we cast Speed. We don't need Speed. We actually might need Speed on the yeah, we actually will cast Speed. We're casting Speed, and you are going to continue to examine the Adept. We're killing the Adept last. I forgot to do the thing again. Shit. I completely forgot that I was using that. Super Combo is particularly weak against armors, by the way, because armors have 250 base defense, which is very, very high. They have, like... Super Combo is terrible for these. Frost Strike is out, can't put me to sleep. Love that for me. Okay, Ray, still with the speed, is not fast enough to get next turn, apparently, so... We Pilfer, I guess, we Super Combo, and we cast Rejuvenate because we can. Itadaki! Okay, we got our 7-hit combo here, and that shit is lethal. So Magic Shuffle comes out, you're healing yourself. No, I don't hate that. You know, how many turns would it take for an Adept to be likely to use the thing I'm looking to get it to use? I don't know how long it would be expected to take. I feel like it would take quite a long time for it to use Ebon Fire. We're definitely not in a position where I want to try to get it right now. But I'll Pilfer this thing to death because I do want the Holy Robe. You got it? Okay, perfect. Okay. That question mark means it's not Ebon Fire. Okay. We attack, and that's the end of a very long fight. So, We're getting to 33 on Ray. I think we get to 33 on Ray this time. So we're getting both Peiko and Ray leveled up. Also, let's immediately do this. And I should also... We don't need the power boost. We equip the Dream Ring instead for right now. Now, unfortunately, I do have Steel on Mina, which is not a good target to have Steel on for this. But that's fine, I guess. Salmon, and we... Salmon. I believe Blitz is instant death on the armor. And the Blitz doesn't count as 3 hits for the purposes of the armor's AI. It just counts as the 1. If it counted as 3 hits, it would give me the thing immediately. Also, if you steal the sword from that enemy, it implies that it gets weaker, but it probably gets stronger under most circumstances, because it's according to the AI, it's supposed to like drop its level and its strength value by like a lot. However, for whatever reason, instead of dropping its level down to like 20 or something, it increases its level to 198. Allegedly, this is just according to the enemy information guy. By increasing its level that much, it means that it has way higher damage that's not subject to being defended against. We don't actually need to steal from these anymore, so we have 2 holy robes. That's the only number. That's the amount we need. So we don't need to steal from them anymore. We can just kill them quickly. Fuck you. How fucking dare you? You know how many of these things I've killed already? This is ridiculous. Oh my god. That's funny. I appreciate that quite a lot. Is Peiko gonna heal Kate, maybe? Kate doesn't use a blitz first. Pilfering from the night. Whoa! Holy shit with that pilfer. Let's go? You are very vulnerable to holy, my friend. Like, goddamn. Okay. So, we are going to blitz. And this is fine. Let's see. So Peiko's about to level, and then we get like 1 or 2 more fights to level up Ray. And once those 2 are leveled, we will switch their masters around. I believe... Well, actually, Ray might not need to. We'll see with Ray. I'll need to check Ray to see if Ray needs to be fired. Ray is getting to what, 33? Yeah, Ray does need to switch for this entire level range. Right, so we already did this one, I guess. We charm. I can't believe that it's going to have taken way more attempts to get this item that I don't really need and also isn't really rare than it took to get the fucking Dragon Fang. That's extraordinarily rare. Like, you have like a quarter the chance, I think, to get the Dragon Fang as you have to get the okay. You know, I did not think you were vulnerable to electric damage, but you are seemingly vulnerable to electric. Alright, we have another armor here. We can charm it. We charm the armor right off of it. But I hope that we can get this item today. I'd like to... I was thinking that it would take a long time to do this kind of stuff, and I was thinking it might be like Friday stream content for like a few weeks. But I don't know if that's going to end up being the case. Like, most of this stuff is all farmable in like the same location, and the stuff that's really common, I need multiple of. And the stuff that isn't common, I only need one of. So, like, I feel like there's going to be a decent bit of synergy between, like, the likelihood of running into... the likelihood of getting the thing that I need and the thing. So they're going to be aligned, where every encounter is fairly useful. Okay, so we've hit level 33 on Ray. So we're switching Ray over to Fall. We are switching Peiko to Fall as well, I think. Where are we? Oh god, I was looking at the 30s and Peiko's only 26. So 27 is Fall. So both of them... Wait, did I misread Ray? Ray is 33, which is a Fall level, yes. Then we switched it. Yes, so we're switching them to inverses of each other, but that's fine. It's fine. With this setup, am I comfy going after the next boss immediately, or do I feel like... I would like to get Peiko up to level 30 for the next boss, but it's not probably strictly necessary, because Peiko isn't the carry anyway, Ray is. So Peiko is going to be playing support. So with Peiko playing support... let's see. With Peiko playing support, Peiko's probably in a reasonably good place. Let's see. The two of them, by the way, their power relationship should be relatively similar to what it should be now. So Peiko has... I think that Peiko actually has the Ares glyphs. So Peiko has a little bit more power than the relationship should be. It should be 10 less power relative to Ray right now. So my assumption here is that, from a defensive perspective, they are not where they're supposed to be. Ray has substantial room for growth. He's using a fairly garbage piece of armor right now. His shield is garbage. So defensively, they're not that similar to where they're supposed to be from a stat perspective. But this, from a power perspective exclusively, we can get an idea of where their trajectory is leading them. So Peiko right now has 233 power, is probably going to get a fairly decent amount over the next 7 levels. So in 7 levels, we'll get at least 1 power per level, because every master gives power. So that's going to get us up to 240. So Peiko has caught up in terms of the dearth that Peiko gets from having worse gear. For power, we are probably going to recover to that point by level 33. Ray is going to have less power than Peiko from here on out, most likely. Though maybe not, because Ray is going to spend a lot of time moving forward under a master that increases power by 2 instead of 1 per level, which will help to keep him competitive for at least a little bit. That being said, they're both reaching the point where their power doesn't matter as much. So they're both reaching the power thresholds where it's like, okay, but like how much more power do you actually need? Is that actually true? Are they reaching that point? Wait, they had like 230? Never mind. They're not anywhere near that point yet. So the point where they are going, where it's going to be like, okay, do I care that much? Is once they get above, I would say, 300 for a character that is going to be at the front of an attack formation. Above 300, it's mostly gravy if you're at the front of an attack formation. But Ray isn't very good at being at the front of an attack formation in general. He's just fairly squishy. So he wants to be further behind, which means that he isn't going to get that 50% power boost, which means that he probably benefits from, like, he would optimally like to have around 400 power at the end of his goal, right? Like, he wants to have, not at the end, he just wants to have 400 power. From the back row, you want to have about 400 power, I would say, to be able to comfortably just deal fuck tons of damage and just go crazy on enemies, even from the back row. You want to have something around 400 power, because with 400 power, you just throw out a few war shouts and you're close to the damage cap anyway, right? You're going to be able to provide very good support from there. Obviously, you're still going to be able to 300 power with 3 war shouts. You're going to be able to provide great power from the back row, right? But optimally, you don't like run into a limit, right? Whereas like, so right now, Ray has too much power to want to be in Were-Tiger. Almost at all. Like, there's some circumstances where Were-Tiger is better, but they are very, very niche now. Because of the fact that his base power is reaching the point where it takes 2 turns of setup to use Were-Tiger. It requires the 1 turn to activate Were-Tiger, and it requires a 2nd turn to use influence on the target, right? So because of that, you're comparing casting Were-Tiger with casting War Shout and Might. So if you cast War Shout with Ray, you're giving the entire party a 20% damage boost. You wouldn't. And you cast Might with somebody, right? That gives a 25% damage boost to Ray. Ray now has more damage than he would have in Were-Tiger with a good move like Triple Blow, right? Like, Triple Blow will now do more damage than Were-Tiger would. With just that setup, right? So it's no longer a matter of like, okay, if you reach extreme levels of setup, it's more like, okay, well, once you can reach 500 power with setup, you don't benefit from Were-Tiger at all. So we'll see. Let's see here. That's mostly from the front row that he would be competing there, though, immediately. Like, he needs more setup than that to completely stop using Fire. But okay, is it Peiko that's going to fall? Yeah, Peiko is level 26, I believe. So Peiko's going to fall for 27, 28, and 29. 2 of those are perfect levels, where we get none of these characters look like the people I want. There is, but he's not here. I hate to tell you, there is somebody, but he's not here. My bad. Alright, so we can swap our allies out. Swap Peiko and Ray in. So Peiko's going here, and Ray, I believe, is going to Daze, but unfortunately only for 1 level. And then it's immediately swapping to a Ladon, I think? I think it's like Ladon for level 35. One of the upcoming levels is another Ladon level, crazily enough. Let's see. Okay, so you are swapping here. Unfortunately, we don't have like great options for. What the hell was I talking about? I was thinking I had something in my head, and I have no idea what it was. I started saying a sentence, and I'm like, wait, where is the sentence going? What are you talking about? I was thinking about a completely different thing. I was thinking about the different mechanisms of speeding through dialogue, and that's not related to what I was saying. So my mouth started saying a sentence that was related to something in the spreadsheet that I was looking at, but my conscious brain never interacted with the thoughts that were coming out of my mouth. So I have no idea where I was going with that sentence. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, so yeah, I don't actually remember how this sequence of events works. So I'll need to check how much EXP the next boss gives. There sure do be. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Alright, so Ray is swapping over to you. And then we will be going to... We'll be swapping to Ladon after this, I think. Yeah, we're going to be going to Ladon for the next level, which is kind of crazy. So Ray is going to continue to be fairly squishy, because there's not really a lot of options for building Ray that don't involve Ray being pretty squishy. But weirdly, a Ladon level here makes him less squishy than Days level does by a considerable margin. But like Ladon is usually a fairly... Actually, Ladon, in terms of squishiness, broadly speaking, is only up on par with Days, now I think about it. Oh, Jesus. Well, Popo finished exploring. Oh boy. Okay, well, we'll find the one fairy that came back. Everybody else just like made their own enclave somewhere else. They all went together. Okay, we got a Ladon icon. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, buddy. Where are your friends? You didn't happen to eat them all, did you? No, it's fine. They're just hanging out on a farm. Don't worry. It's fine. We are now at a point where it would have been reasonable to expect that we could have gotten the thing. It's not like expected necessarily, but it's like it's pretty reasonable to have gotten it by now. We've cycled through probably like 30, right? I think it'll take about 50 to get better than even odds to have found it at some point. Though bear in mind, again, statistics is not real. And cannot hurt you. The past does not imply anything about future results. So if you are sitting on this is classic gambler's fallacy, and considering that gambling is like the primary driver of the world economy right now, I feel like it's in my best interest to tell people about how the gambler's fallacy works. It doesn't matter how many instances of the thing have occurred in the past. Your chances don't change unless there's a finite pool that you're pulling from, right? You know what's funny? I was taught about this. I was formally taught about this in high school, I think. I was formally taught about the gambler's fallacy. So, rare W for the American education system. That being said, I think I was taught about logic. I was taught about fallacies by an English teacher who did not understand. Who did not understand the fallacies that were being presented. and presented some fake ones. So there is that. So I did learn about the gambler's fallacy, but I think I learned about the gambler's fallacy in math. When I was learning about fallacy, and I don't think it was described that way. It wasn't described as a logic thing. It was just a thing that part of my math curriculum. But I remember some like puzzle, like some problem involving marbles, where they were explaining it using marbles or something. I don't know. I'm fairly certain that was part of my basic education. However, they did teach me the incredibly important fallacy of all therefore one. Note fallacy, where if all of a thing are a thing, then one of them must also be that thing. This is clearly a fallacy. If all, if all circles can have their size, relationally measured with pi, then this circle you can use pi to measure, right? That's just false. That's just not true, because it's a fallacy to say that just because all of a thing are a thing, that one of the instances of that category must be it. It's very funny. So I was taught that. The example that was given was, all teachers are nice, therefore insert fake teacher name here is nice. And it's like, man, that's not a logical fallacy. If all teachers were nice, that would be true. But that's just not true about teachers. It's not the failing is not with what the legitimacy of the argument. The failing is with the accuracy of the statements within the argument. It was very funny. I still remember that to this day. This was in high school, and I still remember being given like a thing where it's like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? All squares are rectangles. If I have a square, that fucking thing is a rectangle. I know this is definitely true. This is not a logical fallacy. But I wasn't like formally trained in logic at that point, right? I took a philosophy class later where they discussed fallacies more specifically, but in college. But in high school, I didn't have like the words necessarily to like describe it, but at the time it's not that complicated, right? Logic isn't that well, this style of logic is not particularly difficult. Like, yeah, man, if all of the thing are a thing, then this one thing is definitely a thing. But like, from my perspective, the way that I think of it is that like, nope. Almost every time, colloquially, that someone says, "Oh man, all such and such are such and such," in that very specific grouping, I feel like the bulk of the time you're going to hear that being said is probably by a racist. Like, how many times do you hear someone formally dictate to you something along the lines of, all squares are rectangles? You don't hear that come up in casual conversation very much, right? Right? That's not a thing that people are casually throwing out there in conversation. So my assumption is that the teacher just like was thinking about that and was looking at all these logical fallacies and was like, you know what kind of sounds like a logical fallacy? It's what my racist uncle says in Halloween. Why are you hanging out with your racist uncle on Halloween? Don't worry about it. The other one, Thanksgiving. Anyway, that's my assumption on why they did that, because they didn't really understand. Like, they weren't formally trained in logic. This is just some random thing that they were told that they needed to teach, but that they didn't understand. The English teachers in that high school really got the short end of the stick. I had an English teacher who was like told that she needed to teach us programming, and she's like, I don't know how computers work, but here. I'm in charge I'm in charge of the programming class because I know how to turn on a computer and nobody else in the staff knows how to turn on a computer. It sounds like a joke, but it's not that much of a joke. Like when I was in school, it was a lot. I was look, not to out myself as an old head or whatever, but like I'm old. But like I'm old actually, so. I should probably kill that one before we continue. You know what, it's fine. I'm probably not going to reprisal it. Probability of me reprisaling it is pretty low. So, on my X turn, I think I hit Might, and then I think I just Blitz. I might need a double. Ooh, that's concerning. Okay, we're fine. Okay, so we might need a double Might for this, but we'll try it. This is armor. We use the Holy Avenger on ourselves. I was casting speed on Ray with the intention that Ray would get the next turn, but Ray is actually slower than the armor, so which is kind of crazy. So now we Blitz, and we hope that this is enough. If it's not enough, then... So that's enough to get the kill on everything. And Peiko is about to hit 27, but doesn't need to leave immediately upon hitting 27, because we have several levels. So Peiko is going to be puttering until almost 30. We're getting 30. So I think what we do here is let's start progressing toward where we're going. And I might swap... you know what? I'm going to swap my Bell Collar with a Holy Mantle, because I'm not going to try to farm the thing at this exact moment. And... oh, wait. Actually, before we do anything else, I need to remember that Ray is necessary to get those items that were in that room in the back. So let's go get those. We have an armor here. We charm, and we Holy Avenger on you. We put Cake in the front row. Alright, so we Blitz. Yeah, we're in the front row. Yeah, I'm thinking we're in the front row. So, with us being in the front row, we now have the ability to casually beat those down. But where we're going right now is to the lab. We're gonna go pick up the lab stuff. And I need to check how much EXP I get for the upcoming boss. Let's do that while we're on this nice little thing. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Probably not that much EXP. I don't need anything from the enemies here, though I could get a nice item from others, I believe. Let's see. You know, Cake is actually about to level up, and Cake can't get another level, so we will need to swap Cake. Yeah, I believe I can actually get the second strongest weapon in the entire game before we get to the next boss. Okay, so you're worth 5k, you're worth 15. So that's going to be 5,000 for each party member. Which isn't that bad. probably about a level for Peiko, whatever level he's going to be at. But like, I don't think we're going to have to worry about getting multiple levels from there and screwing ourselves over. So if we get ourselves to the next set for Peiko, then we should be able to... Oh, baby! 10 defense? Okay. 19 HP, 10 defense. Let's fucking go. Your agility ain't moving for 2 more levels, but... Well, I guess for 3 more levels. On the 3rd level. On the 3rd level, Peiko achieved agility. Yeah, that's one of the big levels that we had coming up. We have another one at level 30 that will be useful. Cake does level up, and Cake is supposed to be on this character for... I didn't check this. 42... is a full level. Okay, yes. And then we actually have 2 more levels under Days, which is great. So, protagonist is going to be able to swap... Wait. This is done. We're going to be able to swap the thinger. We're going to be able to swap to Days, and then we'll be on Days for a billion years. The protagonist, Rya's actually caught up to Cake. I can get the name right occasionally. Cake is almost caught up with, or actually caught up with Nina. I'm not sure which, but Cake is going to be... Cake is not quite caught up. Nina, I think, is 43. So, we are about to reach the point where Cake has outleveled Nina, which is kind of interesting and cool. I like that. Okay. Okay. Open you. We get a giant shield. We got a dragon shield. We got a dragon... Oh, wow. I didn't even realize that there was actually good shit back here. I thought there was going to be some stupid bullshit. Okay, wait a second. So, dragon shield is pretty decent. This, I believe, makes you absorb fire damage. So we could use a dragon helm as well. This also allows you to absorb fire damage, which might be useful. Can I use this dragon shield on you? I cannot. So we'll have to choose between the dragon shield and the dragon helm. We'll probably be equipping the dragon helm when we're in a situation where we need it most of the time. But right now we only have a couple of Ares gloves, so we are not going. We're going to rely on the Tiger's Cap for now. But what this means is that the protagonist is now fairly permanently going to absorb fire in human form. Oh my goodness! So this is probably a great area to level up in, because this is one of the few areas in the game that's this big and open, where you could actually legitimately run into this many enemies. Like, the whole game is mostly corridors, where you can't see the entire enemy set that could be set up against you. There's just not enough space for it. So... unfortunately for me, it's not a super useful place to level for my purposes. But we did pick up some shiny stuff. We got a giant shield, which is probably meant to be like best in slot for Gar or something. But almost certainly is worse than the Ares gloves. It's so funny how easy the Ares gloves are to get. So the funny thing about the Ares gloves is that the Berserker is very, very hard. But the Berserker, you can just steal these from. You don't need to like actually kill the Berserker. You can just steal and run. So the best item that you get off of the Berserker is one that doesn't require that you actually fight the Berserker. And I just appreciate that. So I think we're going here. So Peiko's getting up to what level? 29. So Peiko's getting to 29. Ray is getting to whatever level is the next one for him. He's just getting 1. This is also a reasonably good place, but you can't get like the really big packs here. This might actually be a pack of multiple, and we would never know because they might not fit with our specific positioning. It's one of the things that I think they did that's very interesting and creates a bunch of diversity. Wait, did Ray already level? Give me a sec. Ray is 33. No, he's got like 800 EXP. For some reason, I thought he had like 5,000 EXP left to level, and I was like, wait a second. Alright, we've now got this. We can probably... What are we going to do here? I'd like to get... I think I'm going to explore a little bit into the next section with the Holy Mantle. We're going to go save first in the staff room. And we also haven't gone through one of the keycard doors in the staff area. So we should do that. We should do that. Because there's 2 doors that require card keys in that section. Yeah, Peiko is creeping up on the protagonist in terms of HP. It's taking a while because Peiko is so far behind, but we are getting there. We do be getting there over time. Okay, so Ray is sitting on 406 to next level. We'll pick up a level on Ray. Once we picked up a level on Ray, we'll have to look at Peiko. Peiko should require less. I think they're on the same EXP chart. I think that Peiko will require less EXP to get to the next level. So we'll get Peiko up to the next level. And once Peiko's up to that next level, we can leave. And then I believe we can go after the next boss very casually. At that point, we'll have 2 levels on Peiko. We'll have 1 level on Ray available, but he's like level 30. He's getting like level 35 or something, right? So it's like pretty high level. I'm actually going to try and attack. That is barely enough. Let's see. Ray has become level 34. That's 4 more points of agility. Not too shabby. Let's go save. One of the really nice things about a hard mod for a game like this is the fact that it gives you an opportunity to play with just how strong some of the systems are in a way that just feels really, really nice. Because like, there's just not that many. What I'd like a lot, I would love to see a like some extra boss fights and things like that. Should I bring different characters for this part? I don't know that it's relevant. Oh, that's somebody's knocking on my door. the Gamin coming to check on the mosquito situation. You know, I didn't think to ask them if there's a mosquito problem in the area right now, or if it's just a regularly scheduled test. My assumption is it's probably just like a normal check, rather than a... but I don't... hard to say. What was I doing? I don't know what I was doing. Let's see. We're on turn 1, so I'm probably just inspecting. So we're charming the first one. Good to know. Good to know. And let's see here. It was funny because she's like, oh, you know, your flooring is not, it doesn't look great. And it's like, yeah, you know, laminate in Singapore doesn't work super hot, it turns out. It's way too damp. It's way too... The laminate, like, shrinks, basically. So it creates gaps in the flooring that we need to get fixed. We got a Demon's Bane. That is crazy. How many of these are we gonna find? We have 3 Demon Banes. Okay, I'm not gonna talk to the honeys with this party. I'm gonna swap to the other party, and then I'm gonna go talk to the honeys because I'm curious about this. I don't know if there's going to be like a different interaction. This is one of the nice things about like modern RPG design, where it's like your whole party is there. Is that when you have situations like this, you don't have to be like, oh, okay. I wonder if you have unique dialogue for this section. God, what is that guy's name? I wish my brother so-and-so was here to see me now. What is the... You got a ProZD sketch. It's with Bradicus. What is it? Bradicus, Chaticus, and Chestica? Okay, the 2 people who have the closest connection to Honey are the people I'm going to bring for this section. I think that seems reasonable. We're just gonna go do this quick. Do I seriously have to do this every time? Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay, door lock release. Okay. And you 2 are fine, I think. I don't need to run away or anything like that. This might be anything. Nina's almost level 44. That's pretty cool. We got a Damascus mail. Let's go. Looks just like Honey. Would you like a navigator? What's a navigator? Those are navigators lined up over there. They're guides to the Myria Orbital Station. They contain numerous safety features as well as keys, called navigator codes. Sure. I see you already have a navigator. Well, don't ask me questions that you already know the answer to, then. Okay, let's check. NG. No good, I assume. Let's see. What are we doing? We are going to... We are going to save... We're going to change our party members back first. Let's see. Peiko and Ray joining the fray. And we just need to get a little bit more EXP, I believe. Are we looking to level up Ray or Peiko at this point? But I think one of them is just a little bit away, and then we can go down to the new area and check that out. Let's see. So, you need to hit 29, I believe that's what we're looking for. Yes. Okay, so we need Peiko to hit 29. Do we actually want to bring Ray for this part? Or do I want to hold off on Ray? Maybe I want to hold off on Ray, actually. We'll hold off on bringing Ray. We'll bring somebody else. The reason is that if I bring Ray along, he's going to get a bunch of EXP right now that I don't necessarily want him to get. I think I want to hold off on that and give the EXP to Gar. Because Gar, I think, is... Gar's level 31 and is under fall. Gar, 31... Here we have one level under fall, and we don't need that much EXP to do it. So this is a good good usage of our time. Bounce. So we're gonna just explore a little bit into this new section. It's not exactly a new section because we have been here before, but. We'll just pop in here. There is also an item that I wasn't trying to get last time, but which I probably should try to get. We don't love that. Okay, so what are we doing here? We've got just a wee bit of EXP to go. I'm gonna just look upstairs, see if there's anything interesting up at the top of this. I actually have a suspicion that we're gonna need to bring. I think we need to bring Momo here fairly quickly. You'll note the plants and the fact that Momo has an anti-plant weapon. I believe that one of these health stations has an item hidden in that corner. They all look identical. Okay, we do need to get this immediately. Alright. Alright, so let's pop back to the entrance. I think we fight some more armors, maybe. I guess that's probably the easiest, is just to fight a couple of fights with armors. Get these two leveled up, then we will swap everybody except Momo and Nina to another person, and call it a day. And by that I don't mean to end stream, I mean we will then go toward the next boss. And we will let Peiko... Yeah, we're going to basically retain the Holy Mantle for the next section, because I don't need to fight the enemies there immediately. There's the possibility that I get some interesting stuff there, but I don't need to worry about it immediately. I'd rather deal with the boss, have the boss EXP cleared, and then I can just like explore freely. So we go for the attack here. You can kind of tell why nobody levels above level 50, huh? The character's base stats... I think maybe level 50 is a good opportunity to check in on the various characters and how their stats look compared to their baseline. I think that's probably a reasonably good way to handle things. Because level 99 is not a level that you're going to get in normal gameplay. But in addition to being a level that you're not going to get in normal gameplay, it's also a level that overemphasizes how useful your build is. It makes the difference between your base stats and your
current stats artificially inflate. The reason for that is that after level 50, you kind of just stop gaining stats. You get very few base stats, which means that the amount that you're getting from the masters starts skyrocketing relative to the amount that you're getting from leveling up, right? So you have 50 whole levels where you continue to gain the benefits of the masters, but you don't really gain the benefits of the base level, right? It's similar to like how, you know how like level 1 to 2 is like a really bad level. Like you get nothing leveling from 1 to 2, both with Peiko and with the protagonist, who both at level, they're like the only characters, T-Bill as well. But like, leveling from 1 to 2 is really not a particularly useful level. All the levels after 50 are like leveling from 1 to 2. Oh, we got a Hawks ring. Nice. So, I didn't even know that dropped there. Like, I had seen it on the list and then just ignored it because it's not relevant. Hawks ring is an item that increases your chance to surprise the enemies and presumably reduces the chance that you yourself get surprised, which is pretty cool. So, Peiko is ready to change up, Rei is ready to change up, Ryu is ready to change up, and Gar is ready to change up. So, we will put them on their various masters. I believe Rei is going to Ladon now. And Rei is going to be a bit of a trouble thing for getting the EXP from the boss because there's only one level to play with, but I think it's fine. Peiko is fairly low level still. Peiko's still level 29, but though that is fairly similar to Gar now. Gar just requires so much EXP to actually level up. How much EXP do you have? You have. Let's compare Gar to Rei. So Rei has 74,000 EXP. Gar has 71,000 EXP, and so basically Rei has a 2-level advantage over Gar. That's, I think, going to just keep expanding out right now. So like they have functionally the same EXP in terms of like they're only a couple thousand EXP off, and they're 10,000 to the next level, right? Like they're 2 levels apart now, which is kind of wild to think of. With basically the same amount of EXP. Okay, we put Nina and Momo back in the party. And we do go to camp. We're going to save the game, and then we are going to check on our swapping. We need to put the bell collar away and replace it with Holy Mantle. We're going to leave the Holy Mantle on. We're going to swap our formation. We don't want the protagonist in the front row. We want Nina in the front row. Protag could be in the front row with a defense dragon. I could try that. Do we want to try leaving the protagonist in the front? I am saving. I am saving. Maybe I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to try a new strategy that I'm curious about with the protagonist in the front row. So, especially because of the fact that we have the dragon armor now, if I put you in the front row, then I can hypothetically switch into a fire defender with like Thorn and see how much damage I'm taking. The issue with that okay, 900 damage that's pretty good damage. The issue with that is there an issue with that? I guess not particularly, honestly. You know what? I'm being sold on this idea more and more as time passes. I think that that's going to be the next strat that we try. This also means that I won't have to remove the protagonist from the front row. And if I don't have to remove him from the front row, I believe we are going to Dragnir. I believe we need Dragnir for the game. So Ray is getting, I believe, level 35 with Ladon. So we're walking right out the door just to switch our party around. Alright, so let's take a look here. Yes, you're going for 35. We put you in. And we don't need to swap anybody else out yet. So Ray is swapping to Ladon. Everybody else should just be swapping from the one thing that they're doing to the other one. Nobody else has anything interesting they're doing, I don't think. Can I talk to Ladon and Ray? No. Alright. Well met, Cake, my child. Our hope. Okay, so Ray is swapping. Farewell for now. But I do think that in a normal playthrough, this would not be that bad. Honestly. If you were doing a normal playthrough where you're just like leveling up specific people, you're only like keeping specific people leveled up, I actually think that this would go pretty quickly. If I was just doing like Ray and Momo, or if I was just doing like Gar and Peiko or whatever, any small combination of characters, I actually think that it wouldn't be that time consuming to get everybody like leveled up, and because you would have other people that are tanking all of the unnecessary EXP, you'd be able to have a lot more diversity in what you do. Like in my previous playthrough doing something akin to this, I had Gar also just meandering through random people. So it was Gar and Nina, with the intent being that they were like both being like sacrificed. I do really enjoy this style of run though. I think that this style of run really does make every character feel useful. It also makes every character feel kind of samey. I'm not gonna lie, like the characters don't feel as distinct from each other. The issue is that with the way that the magic system in particular works in this game, broadly speaking, the distinctions between characters, the things that make them unique, are how bad they are at things. For the most part, it's how bad they are at things that makes them feel unique, which is not great. It's not great, but it's part of the reason why Momo is so good, is because she has a diversity of things that she's good at, and she doesn't have any real glaring weaknesses. Like, Peiko has some glaring weaknesses. He's still extremely slow. Like, with the build that I have him on right now, where I'm giving him agility on every level that he gains agility, like, he's getting additional agility, he's still slow. Which means that he does have a distinct weakness, and that he has these gargantuan strengths. But I just don't feel like anybody else has gargantuan enough strengths to justify their weaknesses necessarily. Is the issue for them. Okay, we've already moved Ray over. Ryu is leveling up to level 43, which is a day's level. And then Gar is leveling up to whatever level he's at. And I don't need to check it, so I'm not going to. Well, we can see the level that he's at once we get to days, and then we'll know whether he's going to days or fall. I'm going to try to save some time here.
I'm hoping that there's some fairy births, because we only have one explorer right now. No, sorry, we have 2 explorers right now. Everyone else has just moved to foreign parts. Okay, so this is Gar I'm looking at. It's gonna be either Gar or Peiko that needs to... I think it's Peiko. I think Peiko needs to switch to days for 2 levels. I think that Peiko just finished with fall. Well, what are you doing here? You miss me that much? I do not know why Days is suddenly an uncle, but Days is suddenly an uncle. Alright, so is everybody switching to Days? Gar 33 is Days. Ryu is 43 days. Peiko 30 days. Okay, perfect. Everybody's aligned. So everybody is going from fall to days. Nice. I'll let you be my disciple. Let's see. Yes. Okay. Ho 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 ho. Ho 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 ho. I will say, Peiko is actually closer to Rei in power than I would have expected. I would have expected Peiko to be substantially higher in power than Rei is, because he has an additional 18. Wait a minute, you're already my disciples. You know, can we just, like, make us all and... like... I was trying to think of, like, where else I could go with that. With, like, can we all be your disciples, but then also add a new disciple? But I didn't figure out I didn't figure out an angle to go from there, and it just crash and burn. GG. Alright, so we're gonna pop in to talk to our fairies before we leave. We need to swap Momo and Nina back at the party to deal with a potential Archmage or Berserker. Oh no. Hey, the Popo, it has once again finished exploring. I'm beginning to get sus that the Popo are the only ones who are surviving, okay? You found a Ghostbuster? Oh, okay. Interesting. I think that's a holy damage thing, which means that we could potentially do some cool work with that. It's interesting. Sure do. I don't think it does Bane damage. I think it's just holy. But still very cool. Still very cool. It's basically going to allow for the to make Aura and Shadow Walk relatively similar to each other. For Momo. Let me take a look at Momo. So we have the Ghostbuster, which is 155 power. We have the HE shells. I think I only need to hit... I think I need to hit that thing once. So we're going to bring... Peiko has 2 levels available. We'll bring Peiko along. We'll hit the thing. Do I need to... I'm going to see if I walk away, if it stays gone. And I think I need... I actually think I need Rei. I think I might need Rei for the next section. I'm not positive, but I think I need Rei for the next section. So I think we bring Momo and Rei. But then we check if the thing goes away when we use Momo to blow the thing up, and if it stays... Oh, if it stays gone, we
golden, relay point A. And then if it doesn't, then we have to go through with specifically those two characters, I guess. I feel like it disappears once we do it the first time, but I'm not positive. Not 100% positive. But I do think there's a locked door. I think we need to bring Ray in order to progress. So we will progress through the locked door with Ray. We have about 2 hours. In that 2 hours, we need to progress past the next boss. I would like for tomorrow to be able to just like putter and then beat the final boss. I think that's what I'd like for tomorrow. We might be able, well, honestly, we might be able to get most of the puttering done today. We'll see. So if I get the puttering done for the most part today, we'll just have more time to tinker with the final boss tomorrow. I think the ending is interesting, and I would like to go into it a bit with chat. So I think that I would prefer. I just moved the person that I needed out of the party. I actually will just put this. Is it HE? I think it's the HE shows? It doesn't say kills plants on it, though. Does it not do bane damage to plant enemies? It only does bane damage to... It only allows me to clear out this entanglement? Huh. Anyway, so tomorrow I would actually like to not end stream with finishing the boss. I'd like to have that be kind of the midpoint, and then like fight some berserkers and archmages or something along those lines. Just do some, like, just experiment with different builds for the last part of the stream. Just chit-chatting about the builds that I'm doing, and chit-chatting about like not the builds, the strategies that I'm going to bring against the bosses. Because I would like to have I'd like to have a variant on the Berserker and Archmage fights that center as many characters as possible. The Archmage is going to be harder to center absolutely everyone, but I think I can make the Archmage work with everybody. It's just going to require a little bit more support in some cases than others. So... Okay, Momo... Let's just heal... I already got 3. And Momo I do think has a Holy Roller Coaster. Once we finish getting this item the first time, we can clear basically every enemy out here by using a single blitz. Ooh. You know, I think I might need to cast Might before a blitz will come down. These have very high defense. Well, that's rough. Okay, reprisal? Okay, we are going to blitz, and we are going to... Oh, you know what? I have Momo in the party. I forgot. I could have just been Shadow Walking. I had a much faster... Oh, never mind. I'm wrong. I don't remember what the thing was. Alright, so we do have a Holy Mantle equipped, right? We should. Alright. So we're going to continue on. We're going to get through this upcoming boss fight with no problems. None at all. But yeah, I'd like to do a variant for absolutely everyone. I don't think there's going to be a spell variant for Archmage. I feel like the Nina variant has already been kind of done, where we basically just treat Nina as like as a tank and have her be centered in the fight as the outspeeding tank who secures the front line. But I'm not going to duplicate that with anybody else. Everybody else is going to actually have to kill the boss for it to count. So we'll have to kill it with Momo and all the other people. So we've activated that. Is it still gone? It is still gone for now. I'm going to assume that it's going to stay gone. I believe that's all I needed to get through this section. I also think that this is like a weird random reference to Resident Evil. I'm assuming that Resident Evil came out before this, and that is specifically a Resident Evil reference. Maybe it's a reference to something else that Resident Evil was also referencing, if that makes any sense. But I don't know. The only thing that I do know is that Ray is actually getting way more EXP than I would like. Ray is sitting on an uncomfortable amount of EXP. But it's probably fine. I can't always run away from fights if I feel like there's a risk. Okay, we charm here, and Momo casts Blizzard. But I guess there's not really too much reason to bother doing anything with Momo right now. I guess I could just guard her. Nice thing about her is that she cannot use a reprisal. And because she can't reprisal, you can safely have her defend without risking a attack going out to the armor. Fun fact. Yeah, Blizzard was not worth bothering with, I think. We just... Oh, Ray is actually fast enough now for X-turning armors. Cool. Alright, so we've done that. We blitz. Okay. Okay, we have 2 more claymores. I don't think the first hit does anything to reduce the probability of getting what I want, so I'm not super concerned, but I'm a little concerned that I've somehow been triggering the effect. I don't think so, though, because I'm pretty sure that the same thing that the event that changes the EXP value, or changes the drop rate, is the same event that fires text. So since there's no text firing, I don't think that I have to worry about it. Okay, we have the initiative, we have a huge amount of EXP coming in here. Okay. And we have... Wait, what is this? Okay, we don't have a keycard level A. But when we get one... I really like this kind of level design. For a dungeon, I love shortcuts. I love shortcuts. I love certain stuff. Oh, shit! Okay. Wait a second. Okay. The charm? How fast are you? You have 70 speed, I think? I could match that with Thinger. If I had... Where's my... Wait, where is it? There it is. It's at the very top. We equip the Burglar Guard, so we have 63 agility. Unfortunately, the 2 speed boots are on somebody else. I'd love to get a check-in on this, but I'm not going to be able to, unfortunately. It's fine. We will pilfer. There's a decent chance that this runs away on turn 1. And we're going to rejuvenate on Cake. Runs away on turn 1. What I'm curious about is if I had enough speed on Ray, and I should probably go grab my speed boots. I'm gonna do it. I want to test if I can get Ray fast enough. The steal is guaranteed, and the steal disables flee. So, this is the most convoluted item drop that there is in the game. So this is the thing that people struggle to get. So there was a whole meme about it not existing.
So basically, the Goo Kings
Have 70 speed. They have 70 agility. And when you run into one of the Goo Kings, it has a 50-50 chance of running away on turn 1. Now, because of the way the AI works, I'm not confident you can actually prevent that on turn 1. You might be able to, you might not be able to. We'll see. If you can, it will require that you outspeed it. If you can't, then it doesn't matter if you outspeed it, and I don't need to worry about it. So we're going to do some testing here because it'll be nice to know. Because Ray is level 34 and can absolutely outspeed one of these suckers. So as a result of that, and the fact that the steal is 100%, if its item gets stolen, it will activate its thinger. Let's go, and we are going to outspeed by as much as possible. I believe it has 70 speed based off of what I have written down in a place that I'm not looking at right now. Could I just go look at the document? Any of the documents? Yes, but I'm very confident that I'm right. I have a very strong 70 is the number thought. So 83 should be fine to get us where we need to be to get the pilfer off that we need to get off. So, next on our agenda is potentially fighting one of those. It's good to know that they're there. This is not probably where I'm going to be fighting them if I end up doing the farm itself, but this is a good opportunity to test how they work. I think you can fight packs that include multiple of them. So I think that would be pretty interesting. You don't need to do anything, and you can charm the other one, and then we blitz, and that's the end of it. Okay, so Cake is doing blitz, Keiko is defending or whatever. Now, Peiko has 2 levels before we have to start worrying about Peiko's EXP, which is good. I am curious to take a look at what this looks like. It's going to be so funny if the thing's back. If that thing is back, I'm going to laugh my ass off. But what I'd love to do is, even if I can't continue on, I think I might be able to... I guess it doesn't matter if I unlock the door, because I'm bringing Ray for the next fight anyway. Okay, this is gone. This is gone permanently, I think. Alright, so we're in a new section. we're gonna try to get everything. I remember up to this point. I've played this game so many times, it's very funny that I don't really remember everything that's going to be happening. We're learning together, chat. We're learning together. Let's see. And lurkers count as chat, in my opinion. And also, the VOD people, the people who are watching the VOD, you're also chat. Everyone is chat. Everybody is, in fact, chat. That is suspicious. So I can go up this from the other side. So this was a dead end that just gets me this chest. Okay, good to know. So we found protein. We can give that to Nina. Yeah, I've been really enjoying this run. I'm very happy with how it's gone. I think if I did this in the future, I might do something pretty similar. In all honesty, like I don't know that I have anything in particular that I would that I would have a desire to change. Okay, that foul weed is not going to die to this. It might die to this. No. Okay, Ray is going to pilfer. If we get... Oh, we grabbed a power. I'm so happy I pilfered. Holy shit. That would have been sad. Alright, how much EXP is Ray gonna need for the next level after this? Because that's the door. It's very close by. Okay, any other items being sneaky here? Not to my knowledge. Wait, I went the wrong way. Okay, we found a magic shard. Don't hate that. Don't hate that at all. Get a little bit of extra AP for Nina, who definitely needs more AP. Do I need to go over there? I don't think I need to go over there. Do I? I guess I'll just backtrack to here. I don't really want to have to backtrack. I don't think there's anything there. It is very sus, though. If this was not the game that it is, I would be incredibly suspicious of this plant life over here. You know what? I think we are going to just go down here. We're going to continue up, and there's a possibility... I didn't remember that this was how you get up here. There's a possibility that there's an item that I have missed. And if so, sucks to be me. There are a lot of cool things that you can, like stat items and things like that, that you can steal in this section of the game. You can get a lot of stat boosters at this point. We've picked up Ice Breath. That is 10 AP, 12 HP, 8 power, 2 agility, 6 int. Really crazy level. Alright, so... Peiko, you are doing very well for yourself. Ray, how much EXP do you need? Do you need more than 5,000 EXP? You need 10,000 EXP? That's not that much, man. That is not a lot of EXP. I kinda hate that for you. I'm not gonna lie. But it's fine? Probably? I think it's fine. Peiko still has a whole extra level. We're doing it. Wait, do I need... Oh god, do I need the ability to kill plants again? There's gonna be another plant killing requirement here. It's gonna be very funny. Let's see. I guess I might as well steal from you. And I do actually have an item that I need to get off of this, so I do need to charm it. And we can do our first, like, breath weapon attack with Peiko. That is not going to be helpful for this situation. I believe Peiko can't hurt this thing right now. So I guess we just cast Might on Cake. Because this thing is tanky AF. Okay, we do lose some AP here. Holy Avenger comes in. And when you make me lose AP, when you drain my AP, you can just drain my AP. You don't need to worry about my max AP. This is some bullshit. This is some bullshit. I see what you're doing here. I see. Okay. So, protagonist is going to try to simply poke this thing to death with... let's see. What are your stats, friend? What am I trying to punch through to get you dead? You have... Oh, the drop rate on this is actually better than I expected. You have 600 defense? Rude. Rude. Okay, Ray, you're not going to steal from me anymore. You're going to cast Holy Avenger. Cake, you're just not that strong, okay? You're strong, you're not that strong. I think you're also immune to, like, all elements or some bullshit, right? That's a bad game. That's not good thing. Oh, you just have to hit them with 2 of the same type of attack, it looks like. In a row. They're not immune to the elements, but they are strong against all of them. Not that it matters. We poke. We poke, and we guard, I guess. This is a fun enemy because, similar to the Archmage, you can run into this thing and just be like, good luck. Lightning barriers destroyed. Oh, right. Yeah, my sword is a lightning sword right now. I forgot about that. So that does mean that Ray might be able to just kill this thing. So Ray, you can use lightning. See how much damage this does. Infinite. Okay, we know how to kill this now. Infinite damage, no problem. Oh yeah, I just have to double tap it with the lightning. Nothing. Anything here? You found ginseng. Nothing. Nothing. Anything here? Wisdom fruit. Let's go. Okay, we don't need to worry about that actually. Okay, but do we have to worry about this next bit? Okay, Ray. He's gonna pilfer and we blitz. I should consider running away from here on out. I don't need that much EXP, and this area is actually larger than I thought it was. Ray has about 10,000 to get. Cake is fine. I think Cake's going all the way to like 44 with days. 43 and 44, that's correct. Ray is 35 right now. So 36 should be a day's level. Is very bad to do as a Ladon level. It's like a particularly bad Ladon level. It's particularly good days, but not that great of a day's level. But it's a decent days level, and it's a really bad Ladon level. We get 40 this level. So we definitely don't want to screw that up. Peiko is getting to 3,100 days. So Peiko's fine, Cake's fine, Ray is the only one that we have to worry about, which I already knew, so I didn't need to confirm any of that shit. But, you know, that's just how I be. Don't worry about it. Okay, we are going to continue on. Hello. Found a silver tiara. Hello, friend. Okay, so that is an item that we need to copy because that shit is best in slot. Unfortunately, it's also unique. It's the only one in the game. So, love that for us when we have to copy an item. Okay, there is a door there that goes somewhere. And then there is what up here? There's another door up here. Okay, rude. Oh, I don't love the sound of that. Let's go to the other door. I'm like, ooh, that's a pretty long load right there. Are we loading up a cutscene? What's happening here? This is a suspicious amount of time that you're taking on this, my friend. Okay, we charm, and we can actually do an ice breath to kill this. So if we can bring a party that has 2 ice users. Now I could also just hit it with lightning twice or whatever, right? But if I had, I guess I could use Mjolnir on that. Mjolnir. So that I could open with Jolt and then finish with Mjolnir. Okay, what's up here? Because that other one, that looked pretty suspicious. Okay, we're not loading up a whole new map segment here, we're fine. That is a dragon spear. Nothing. Unfortunately, just like with all the other spears, the dragon spear is worse than the spear that we already have. This is a very sad component of the life of Gar. But, you know, it is, I think it's vaguely, like, narratively appropriate. I think it's not a terrible thing that Gar really does peak very early, and struggles to keep up even with, like, a more optimized build. Because he's really slow, and his attack power is useful, but is only really useful for if you don't really know what you're doing, which I think is very interesting. I really like that about Gar. Like, this is a thing that I actually think is an interesting gameplay idea. Is what if you had a character who, like, so he's kind of like the mentor, but he's not really, because he's like explicitly your enemy, kind of from beginning to end, right? Like, his goal is still to find out if the brood deserved to die, right? Like, that's his goal. And it's like, man, the answer is no. You don't need to ask God. God told you to kill the brood in the first place. Have an opinion of your own, right? So we made it. What the heck is this? Looks like we're outside, but it's just another room. Okay, so from here, I don't remember what we're supposed to do, but that's fine. Okay, we have an Aigu. Okay, fine. Let's see. Don't think we need to worry too much about that. Where the hell are we going? I, like, don't remember. You found a soul gem. Am I gonna get a save point at some point? I'm kind of surprised at the lack of save points at this point. There's another item. Okay.
Well, this is all fine. Luckily, we don't have to worry about getting a ton of EXP for this portion because we're fighting Aigus. Though I do think we can run into Goo Kings here, so maybe we have to worry about it a little bit. Force Armor, I think, is kind of interesting. I don't remember what... I think it maybe gives resistance to psionics. Which is good, but not that useful. Like, there's just not that many psionics. Oh, there we go. That's probably where I'm going. He's Berg. We go hang out with Berg. Hello, Berg. That person sure looks familiar. They can't tell they're inside a room. And when they try to fly, they only end up hurting themselves. Well, that's bad. That indicates that this isn't a very safe location at all. Do you understand, Cake? So this character we see in the introductory cutscene. In the very beginning of the game, when we're, like, asleep after being brought home from Ray, this character shows up in the cutscene and says, "Don't you understand, Cake? We're not supposed to be with them, blah, 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 blah." Right? It goes on a whole tirade that doesn't make any goddamn sense without any further context. And this is the first time that we see them since then. I suppose I should have known you'd come here eventually. You are Brood, after all. Who? Tipo? Oh shit, is it the first time that we've seen them? Or is this... For some reason, Tipo from the future was projecting messages back to the past. We don't need to worry about it too much. I don't understand what the hell was going on with that cutscene. It's me, Ray. Yes, it is. This is Tipo, and it's also a person who shows up in our dreams as an adult for some reason. It's never explained. Tipo, you're alive. I thought. Well, I have my theories. Be silent. I must talk with Cake. Okay. Welcome, Cake. Unfortunately, your journey ends here. I can answer all of your questions. And explain why our race had to be destroyed. Dun-dun-dun. Soon after we were separated, so many years ago, I learned that I too was of the Brood. Ray, Cake? Why? Why'd they have to do this to us? Ray, Cake. So yes, literally nobody died during this cutscene, and I think that that's kind of funny. Oh, what's happening to me? My body, I'm no different from you, Cake, not since then. So here's an interesting thing about this, by the way. Tipo says, you found me in the woods, or you found this kid in the woods just like me. The implication there being that Tipo was left abandoned in the woods to die by somebody. The crazy thing is that this also indicates that no children have been left in the woods to die during the famine. Like, none that show up in Ray's house anyway. It has implications too back there that, like, oh, okay, so how did he end up there? Unclear. Maybe we should have talked to the miners at some point and asked them if there was another dragon that showed up, like, earlier. Who knows? Who knows how he ended up in the woods there? But that's an interesting dynamic there. I'm no different from you, Cake. Not since then. Much blood has been shed to reach this point. The blood of strangers. Well, to be fair, that was Gar. That wasn't even me.
Your own blood. That was actually like an infighting situation between two gangsters. I actually had very little to do with that. That was actually legitimately almost uninvolved for me. Blood of both the good and the bad. Nothing but hardship awaits us wherever we go. Yeah, I wonder why that is. I wonder why it is that only hardship awaits us. It's not like we're a persecuted minority or anything like that. Nothing. Violence, pain, blood. Yeah, Geist dying was definitely because of something the Brood did. 100%. That definitely wasn't tied up in his whole gods thing, where he basically set up a seal that could only be destroyed by him dying. That definitely was a very reasonable thing to do, and not explicitly, according to the plot, what we already know to be an act of extremely petty spite on his part because someone was trash-talking his god. Which is canonically... Well, I don't know about canonically, but it is, according to what little we know of those events, it is heavily implied that Geist was just annoyed with Days and bound her to his life essence for the rest of his existence to be trapped in there. That was a thing he did on a whim. Crazy. Anyway, violence, plain, blood, all that bad business. Definite, and this is all the Brood's fault. This is definitely all the Brood's fault. That is the Brood. That is what we are. Definitely. Definitely. That's so true, bestie. That's so 100% true. None of these things were perpetrated by a power that was being inflicted upon the Brood. It's all the fault of the Brood. That's so true. The Brood posed too great a danger to the world. Our power. The power to defend ourselves. Our very existence threatens it. We cause war and chaos wherever we go. So, Mr. Tipo, I actually appreciate this line a lot from Ray. Ray has a tendency to be pretty, aggro. He just... this is very deserved. Tipo just, shut Ray down. I don't fucking know you. It was a crazy thing. I think that door relocks if you leave without Ray. You have to bring Ray for this section. With good reason, because obviously you need to have Ray for reuniting with Tipo. But this line is so deserved. He's usually short. He's usually he's got temper issues. But Tipo is being such a little shit right now. It is wild. This is okay. This is the worst motherfucker you knew from middle school found religion. And they're still the worst motherfucker that you know, but they also are high and mighty about it. That's literally who Tipo is. He's the worst person you knew in middle school, right? Because, he was. Tipo was a villain as a child. He was nasty customer. He was, bad. He was a bad kid. Now, there's reasons for him to be a bad kid. There's some justification there, but he had an element of cruelty to him that was completely unnecessary and was not reflected in either Ray or Ryu at the time. Anyway, point being, worst person you knew just found religion, and they're even more fucking annoying now. The goddess put it into your head to wait here. Wait here to kill Cake, eh? No! She would never harm anybody or allow anyone to be harmed. Nobody. She simply fears for the world should the power of the Brood be left uncontrolled. She's just a little Freddy bird. Cake, we're different from them. We can't be with them. This is actually the line. This is what he said. We're different from them. We can't be with them. And then he goes, wah. That's why you need to stay here with me. With me and the goddess Myria. You still don't understand, do you? That's alright. Take your time. Look deep within yourself. GG. GG.
So now I know how you get here. Now I know how you get here. Are there items and shit that I need to pick up here? What do you think, Cake? This is your mind, your heart given shape. Is it given shape? I feel like most of the place is not given any shape at all. This feels very like undercooked. Here, you can enter not only your own heart, but those of your so-called friends as well. And then you'll learn that Holy Myria is right. I love how holy is capitalized. Sanctimonious son of a bitch. Go now, Cake. Go now, Cake. And check David's guide and see if you have to worry about anything. I don't think I do, but because this area, obviously, we're in our own heart and we're not coming back. So I do want to make sure that if there's any missables here, they wouldn't be important. It would be like an ammonia or something, but... Eden. Okay, it looks like I think we might have picked up everything, actually, along the way. Funnily enough. Let's see here. There are items. Ooh, there's also an enemy skill. Oh, shit. I did not... We're fine. We have plenty of thing. Alright. Okay, so... Okay, so we do have the ability to save in here, which is interesting. Whenever I decided to do something, my mother would always ask me, "Is that what the Princess of Windia should do?" I would always answer yes. When I left the castle, with Cake and my other friends, for the first time, I wasn't my mother's daughter, or the Princess of Windia. I was able to just be Nina. You're just being selfish, you know. I thought it was very important that we learn about Cake and the Brood. I don't know anymore. Maybe I left the castle just because I was tired of being controlled by my mother. I don't know, man. Maybe you left the castle for myriad complicated reasons, because you have... There's nothing for you here. Make sure. You say that. We have vile weeds here. I think we can probably just blitz these, but I might die. It would be very fun. Okay, we have multiple levels we can get in here, right? Like I think I'm fine. I think I have like 2 levels available to me, and admittedly I am getting triple the XP, but we're getting until... Yeah, we just can't get... Is it 45 that we can't get? Yeah, we're getting 43 and 40. We're fine. Plenty of XP to play. I must go back. The power of the Brood. Look at me. I have a power I was so frightened of I swore never to use it. But compared to the power of the Brood, my power's insignificant. That is true. Doesn't that just beat all? How can anyone handle that kind of power? If it were me, I know what I would do with it. That is true also. No, I know better. I wouldn't be able to handle that kind of power responsibly. That's true. I'm just no good. Well, I don't know about that. You know, just because, look, to be clear, just because you shouldn't have an incredibly huge amount of power. First of all, no one should have that kind of power compared to everyone else. No one needs to have that amount of power over other people. But the fact of the matter is the power exists. So somebody's going to have it. And pretending that the power doesn't exist is not a valid strategy. Okay? It's not praxis to pretend that the fucking power doesn't exist. So it's, you know, it's bad that the power exists. However, just because you would be bad with that amount of power, and you would do a bunch of bad shit if you had that power, which I fully believe, doesn't mean that you're a bad person. It just means that power is bad, and you wouldn't be able to handle it, and that's fine. That's fine. It's fine for you to not be able to handle unstoppable cosmic power, okay? Not everyone needs to be able to handle the kind of power that they don't even have. Now, if you do have that power, then we have to have another conversation. And especially if you're seeking that power, then we have an entirely new conversation where it's like, okay, you're seeking out to obtain a bunch of power that you probably shouldn't have. What do you have to say to me? Bow down and pray before me. I will show you the path when your heart and mind are as one. This was a fucking tricky puzzle as a kid. I believe that I'm just supposed to stand here and do nothing. It takes such a long time. That your steps go where they will and all that. Okay. So we get... Yeah? I wonder if you say no, do you lose that permanently? I love the So it's like it's so funny. It's just like okay, you want what's in the box? Whatever, sure, buddy. So we got a shaman's ring, which is very, very good. Thank you. Do what your heart tells you. You know, it's not a bad lesson, honestly. Be honest. And grab the item that you want because you want it. Alright, we got a shaman's ring. Is that the first item on this list? I sure hope so, because if it's not the first item on this list, then I'm in trouble already. Let's see here. It sure is. It sure is. Now, the other two items are not actually important, so it's fine if I don't actually get them, probably, but I would prefer to... Excuse me. I would prefer to get everything. Alright, so we've leveled up. And we're just gonna get so out of control. Hey, buddy. Oh, you're gonna let me save again? Oh, that's so convenient. Oh man. I should play Grandia at some point. I should play the entire Grandia series on stream. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna be able to do the entire series because I don't do anything completely, but Grandia was such a good game. It's so solid and has so many fun things. Would it make for a good live stream game? I don't know. I don't know if it would make a good game for me to stream, but I am tempted to. Alright, so we have a chest here. Can we just grab it? Nope. I believe this one I actually need to go around the back. I believe I just go around the back. We need so much EXP for 44. We are fine. We are fine. I was worried. Oh, wait, did I just poison myself? Are you kidding me right now? Interestingly, they don't do any damage. They just poison you. So if you tag it quickly enough, you can avoid taking any damage from the poison. Alright, well, we've opened up the door. We're gonna go left and then upright. Basically going northwest, northeast, and then east to get that other item. And here's a question. Is the other item
Okay, that's still there too. Okay, so we need to go around to both of these. My father used to tell me lots of stories about the Techno Age. It was his life's dream to learn all he could about that time and all the machines that were built then. Why is honey in my heart? Father, I'm almost there. It's right in front of me. Okay, we got some gems. We got ourselves some jams. We also got a shaman's ring. It's so unfortunate that we don't get a spirit ring there and we get a shaman ring instead. Go ahead and blitz you, because there's two. I'm not super concerned about dying here with how out of control our dear friend Cake is, but, you know, could happen. We got an hourglass. I believe we've now picked up every item that we need to pick up here. It's very funny that they're all just right next to each other. The Brood, God, I don't know anything about them. Fate of the World, it's too big for me. All I know is, by getting closer to God, I'm getting closer to that age. The age of machines. I really appreciate Momo. Like, Momo is just, like, very honest with her feelings. She's like, you know what? I love machines. I think machines are interesting. And, like, she's not, like, very, like... She doesn't talk about her friends very much. Right? So she doesn't, like, talk about the other characters very much. So it's like, okay, maybe she's, like... not as, like, emotionally interested. Like, you could make that argument. But I don't know, man. I feel like I think that's like an ungenerous way of describing her, because I just think different people communicate differently. And from my perspective, I think, do you have? You do not. I thought you had an enemy skeleton I needed, but apparently you don't. I think I can just kill you in one hit. I think I could just poke you, and then you die. Let's do that. So, like, I think that from, like, she's basically just... She's just vibing. I think this is the incorrect direction, and there aren't any items in here, apparently, so I don't need to worry about going anywhere in particular. So... I guess I probably should just look at a map or something, but it's fine. It is interesting how, even with the Holy Mantle, we really do get quite a few random encounters. I wonder if you can stack them. That'd be a fun thing to check. Just try to stack. Okay, we've been on a linear path so far. I think we actually are going the correct direction for now. Shockingly enough. I'm trying to think of where we need to... I feel like the shape of this place feels familiar. I don't think we need to go this way, but that might be the routing. Might be the second one. It can't be, because we have to. It has to be this way. I believed that by hunting the Brood, by obeying God, I was saving the world. But now I wonder, was I? If they had wanted to, the Brood could have stopped us at any time. What should I have done? Anything else? You could have taken a fucking nap. Think of the life you could lead. Think of the life the world could be, the world state we could be in right now if you had simply taken a fucking nap. My friend. My friend. All you needed to do was nothing. I think that is kind of the crazy thing, is the fact that, like, okay, this thing used watch enemy. I'm curious about this. I'm gonna look and see if these have any interesting AI patterns. No, they just have a 1 in 8 chance of doing a bunch of different things. One of which, oh, you can fucking cast death. I don't think I'm immune to death. Are you fucking kidding me right now?
This thing could have just killed me. Oh shit, it still can! Okay, cast heal. Lucky me. Yeah, we need to blitz on these. They have a 1 in 8 chance of casting death. Well, okay, it's not quite a 1 in 8. It's 1 in 8 off of... That's like maybe like 10% chance of casting death, something along those lines. Alright, so where the hell am I going? I feel like you're gonna drag me. Is this the... This is green. I don't love how deep I am right now. This is red. This probably takes me back to the entrance, right? I'm gonna go for the green one. Green is good. Green means go. You're not gonna have me go in the pink one. I'm the only person on Earth who likes pink. It's some bullshit. Okay. There we go. I've been watching you for a long time, Cake. You need to do what you, and only you, think is right. The power of the Brood is something to be respected and feared, but it's not enough to save or destroy the world. Well said, Peiko. Well said. What a great line. The power of the Brood is something to be respected and feared, but it's not enough to save or destroy the world. That is legitimately... I think that's actually legitimately solid. Like, so there are like powers in the world that reflect the ability to actually destroy the world today, right? Like, we have a lot of stuff that well, no, it can't destroy the world. It can just make the world... Well, no. I think we have the power to wipe out all life on Earth. We have, not all, but most life on Earth. We have that power right now. Eventually, we will have the power to wipe out all life on Earth. But power exists, and you have to come to terms with the existence of the power that is here. We have to come to terms with the fact that this power exists, and we need to make decisions about how to use it without falling into, like, thought-terminating cliches. Saving the world. Ending the world. These are thought-terminating cliches. They don't go anywhere. And they can be useful at times to describe the actual magnitude of a problem, right? Like, climate change is a situation where it's not unuseful to describe it as the end of the world, because in many ways it is. Life or death situation for everyone and everything. But it's very useful to look at power and go, what can I do with this? As opposed to thinking of the power as being good or evil intrinsically, and then being like, okay, well, we can like use this power to destroy power. For me, I am principally aligned, and we're talking about the nature of power because that's fundamentally what's at question in this thing. In this, like, thing. They're talking about that, and I think that Peiko brings up a very useful frame of reference to think about power. Which is, it's not about, am I going to be a good dragon or am I going to be a bad dragon? Am I going to destroy the world? Am I going to save the world? That's not the question. The question is, what am I going to do, and what are going to be the consequences of doing the thing that I'm going to do? The power exists. I can destroy it, right? You have the ability to destroy types of power.
right? If you destroy Myria, you destroy the type of power that she represents. If you wipe the Brood off the face of the map, you destroy the type of power that is represented by the Brood. If you make unions illegal, you destroy, to a large degree, the power of collective labor, right? Certainly with enough of a thumb on the scale, you can destroy the power of collective labor. With enough guillotines, you can destroy the power of the aristocracy. That style of power. Now, you end up, when you do things like that, you tend to end up with a power vacuum, right? I don't think guillotines are a good strategy, to be clear. Guillotines did not make France... They didn't make France not a dictatorship, okay? The guillotines actually led the way toward France becoming more of an autocracy than ever. That's actually debatable. I feel like, to a degree, I think we have the Sun King to blame for that, based off of the Behind the Bastards that I watched on him. But that's beside the point. The point is that in seeking to destroy power, like types of power, it is useful to... Because to me, like, my thinking is I don't want people to have power over each other. That's I find that to be what I want. I want the world to be such that everyone is able to live their lives without being subjected to other people, like, hurting them. That's fundamentally, my belief structure. There's a lot of power out there whose express purpose is just to hurt people. That's all it does. It's not useful for anything else, and you can safely destroy that. But when you destroy that, you have to figure out how you're going to do it. And you have to figure out, okay, well, how am I going to seize a type of power that will allow me to destroy this other collection of power? Like, what is it that can be done? And these are very complicated questions, and I actually think that this game handles it pretty well. Like, I actually, like, shockingly enough, because you have Nina going like, "Oh, is Cake a bad dragon?" Like, you have all these really very silly, like, childish takes, but then you have Peiko coming in and saying, "You have to decide how to you have the power. You have to decide how you're going to use it, but bear in mind that it's not a thought-terminating cliche. Your power is a thing that exists, and how you use it will have massive impacts on the world." But you're not. If you think about it in terms of saving or destroying the world, you'll never do anything useful. And I just think that that's interesting. I like that. Have you come to a decision? You're one of the Brood. You can't afford to think only of yourself, like the others, right? Think of what you could do with your power. Think of your people, those who gave you this power. If you have the power to change the world, you have to take responsibility for the world, don't you? You take responsibility for your own power. There's only one person who can take that kind of responsibility. The goddess Myria! Rise! Rise and give yourself to the goddess. Become one with the world. Who are you? I think that's very interesting. Which Cake is it that was saying that? Because it's a silent protagonist, right? So generally speaking, I think that that's us that's saying that to them. I think our Cake actually says that line, and that's the first line we say in the entire game. Is, who are you? Because that's clearly not my internal monologue. And now we get into the situation of, some of the stuff that we've been hearing from these people is probably their own thoughts. Some of it, maybe not so much. Well. You count Yggdrasil among your companions. That's a surprise. Still. You understand, don't you, Cake? So that must have been the other version saying, who are you then? We share the same blood. I know you. You must understand. All the others. They're weak and frail. They think only of themselves. What if our power were to be used by them for their small, selfish ends? Oh man, it would be so terrible if Nina used my power as an excuse to get away from her abusive mother. Oh no. Oh no, what would happen? Oh, she might leave the castle on a journey of self-discovery and improve as a person or something. Oh no! Oh no! What if Momo used us to try to find out more about the nature of the Techno Age? Oh no, she might get a bazooka or something and then come to help me defeat a goddess or something. Oh no! They are using us for their own selfish ends. We're friends. We're doing things for each other. We're helping each other. Their ends are my ends. And we're in the world state where our power is being used for their small, selfish ends. And some of them are small, and some of them are selfish, and they're fine. It's fine to have small, selfish desires, man. It's fine. It's fine. Anyway, I just think that this is very interesting because we're in the world state right now where they're using our power for their small selfish ends. And it's fine. It's a great world state. I like it, actually. We can only entrust our power to someone who understands. Someone who sees and thinks of the world as a whole. Someone like Myria, Cake. If that's your choice, then... if you won't listen to me, I'm afraid I can't let you leave. No, you're just staying here. I'm sorry, Cake, but I have no choice but to leave you here in this dream. Okay. And now we get the next boss. So let me take a look here. Do you have anything that I need to worry about? Nope. 250 strength. We need to preferably equip an ice ring. If we don't have one, it's not the end of the world. We don't have one. So, let's do that. What's your speed? You are sitting on 36. We need to cast a speed spell that we can't cast because of a double. Do we have a speed boots? We don't even have speed boots. Wow, this fucking guy. Okay, can I... oh, I can equip the ice shield at least. We have 250 defense baseline, so we actually don't... with the ice shield, we don't even need to do anything on that regard. Let's see, we could equip Demon Bane if we want. Unfortunately. Yeah, let's do that. We'll learn Chill, I guess. We have the Dream Ring equipped, which we need to have equipped. That's up versus Psionics. Okay, we have 56 agility. What would we need? We'd need enough that I'm not going to worry about it. We're going to, I think, just cast Rejuvenate to heal ourselves. And then our goal is basically just to chill here and learn an enemy skill from this, because this is the first enemy that has access to one of the enemy skills, which is kind of shocking, but is nonetheless the case. Do I cast a Protect spell on myself? I don't... oh, I have the Robe of the Wind, mate. We're golden. Okay, we're using the Robe of Wind. We have X turns. I thought that I didn't have it in my inventory. We're fine. So with this, we have X turns. You're going to use Sleep on this turn. And now I can just basically chill here. Those who know, know. Alright, we will cast one Protect on ourselves. This should negate all of the damage coming out from one of the attacks, and then we can... maybe two? No, just one. Not all the damage. It'll negate the power-based damage. And I'm actually shocked at how long it's taken for you to use your thing. I guess it's not that likely.
Oh, interesting. I don't have to worry about the other attack at all yet. Okay, well, I probably won't have to worry about that attack at all ever because we are going to be taking a nap. I mean, he's trying to put me to sleep. I might as well show him how it's done. And then we will examine. Sleep again, not what I'm looking for. So the boss has some percent chance. It's like, I don't know, 37% chance, something like that. Or maybe it's like somewhere between a quarter and 37%, depending on the chance that it uses a normal physical attack, which I don't remember. So I don't remember whether it has a 75% chance of using a skill or if it's a 50-50. So if it's 75% chance of using a skill, then it has one value. If it's 50-50, then it's another. I'm going to get my AP bar filled up, and then we're just going to sit here examining until it uses the attack and we learn it. This is the attack, but we did not learn. So, the boss has the ability to hit us with a weak physical attack. Oh, speed down. How do you feel about what am I doing? I could use chill up this turn. What am I doing? This is very silly of me. Okay, it didn't use it, so we're fine. I do not need X turns for this fight. I could equip something that gives me psionic resistance. That might be a good idea. I don't know how many things I have that give me psionic resistance. This gives status resistance, but I don't think it gives psionic resistance. Do I want a mind shield? I could equip the mind shield. I'm not going to worry about it, I don't think. We will snooze. This should be the last snooze I need to do to get my AP back up to full. And at some point, I don't know how the speed boosts interact with each other. So, like the increases and the decreases, I don't usually have to worry about it. So, I don't really know how they interact, but it's very rare that enemies actually use speed reducing, or like stat reducing things. I'll just snooze because it hit me. But yeah, so right now it should be hitting me for just level-based damage, pretty much. And we're basically just getting chill. Once we've gotten chill, we will instigate the enemy, because I think that'll be fun. I'm fairly certain that I can trivially one-shot this. If I think I'm going to shoot, actually, for a damage record for myself. This won't be the highest damage possible, but it'll be really high damage. Just because it's just for shits and giggles, because I'm not going to be using Dragon Form for many fights in the future, so might as well. I'll just keep snoozing. Rather than like waiting until I get lower. Could you please use chill? Because goddamn, are you like not using chill? Any day now. Okay, chill comes out again. We do not have our thing full, so we can learn this. I am wondering, it might be faster to just get this with the full party later, which is apparently a thing I can do. I should have healed myself. There's no real reason to eat this. I don't think this boss can crit or anything, so in theory this should be pretty smooth. But I don't think I need this. I think Rejuve would do the job. This is 3 snoozes worth of thinger. We've only seen 2 chills. Okay, now we've seen 3. If I had immunity to ice right now, then
we could, I think, negate this damage completely. I'm not positive, but I think chill is ice damage. And we no longer have X turns. We're now stuck. I would love for you to just...
You know what would be really funny is if it runs out of AP. It has 1,000 AP, so I don't think it's going to run out, but it would be really funny if the... I think it would be real funny. Do I have the Demon Bane equipped? I do. And it's actually kind of nice to not have the X... We got the chill. Let's go. Okay, perfect. So, we've learned chill. This will be almost completely useless, I think. What are we going to use chill on? But we can use accession. We can go into a force. We can go into... actually, we're not... What does Myrmidon require? Is it trance, maybe? I think it's trance. So we go to force, trance, radiance? Is that Myrmidon? It doesn't matter. So we're going into Myrmidon, or we are going to Myrmidon. Perfect. So unfortunately, I just realized that I am not immune to status effects in this condition. I did not put Shadow Form in here. So wait a second. Wait. We are only going to focus once because I did forget to make myself immune to status effects. I'm not going to go for 2 and potentially be silly. You know what? I'm not going to go for 1 because I did not get an next turn. So what we're going to do instead is I'm just going to tag Aura, and I should have quadruple damage on this. You know what? No. Do I want... Oh, you can't focus. I can't focus in Myrmidon. Okay, well, let's... Okay, we Aura. That is 5,784 damage. Without focus. Let's go. That is a demon, and it's weak against holy. It's not the highest theoretical damage. If it had 0, I think it has a 1 resist for holy. It has a 1 resist. It could have had 0. So, Cake, you've come back. Why did you fight it? All that would have happened is that you would have lost the power of the brood. You wouldn't have had to die. Nah. If you won't give up your power, if you won't submit to the wisdom of Myria, then I have no choice. No choice but to kill you. Yep, back-to-back boss fights. Let's fucking go. Choose who will fight against Tipo. So, obviously, we bring in Ray, we bring in Peiko. I already established this before. Funnily enough, the party that is optimal to fight him with is Peiko and Gar to show off some of their unique characteristics. The Dragon Spear does bonus damage against dragons, friends. And this boss is a fucking dragon. However, we're not going to do that. I'm not going to do that because it is unnecessary. Do we not get to choose? Okay. Okay, so party formation. We're putting Ray at the front of an attack formation because I said so. So Ray is going to struggle a bit. We don't have very good defense set up for this. But let's give Ray the best possible chance he can to survive this. We can give him the thingamabobber. This is not probably what he should have. Maybe it is. Okay, Ray currently has, with this setup, enough agility to X-turn immediately, which is nice. Let's see, what else do we need? Let's take a look at how much attack power you have, friend. I read this 500 and I was like, excuse me? And it's like, no, that's not attack power, that's a different stat. Let's see here. So I believe that what we're gonna do right off the bat here is we're gonna have Ray do a pilfer. And I think we're going to do a sort of like mixed strat here, where we have kind of everyone just doing something. Everybody's going to be contributing here, and nobody's going to be like just a dedicated support or anything like that. I don't believe this boss. We do want the Ares gloves on. I do need to do this. This, I think, is important. Do I not have any of my rings on characters that I actually brought along? I do not. I don't actually have the ability to put my fire rings on and shit like that. So, love that for me. Let's see. Nice breath. You can equip the ice and flame shields, which is interesting. I'm gonna go with the flame shield. And we don't need this much defense necessarily. So I think we go with a Titan Belt. Do you have any... Oh god, I didn't give myself any of the abilities that I need. Does Ray even have a good attack to use? Okay, we might be just poking a lot of this fight. We got the Dragon Blade. Now, anything that has dragon in the name is strong against dragons. That's the basic rule that you can expect. Oh god. Okay. That's fine. That's not that much damage, we're fine. So, Peiko hits for 176, which is not a lot of damage, especially not for a boss like this. Let's see, who needs a speed cast on them? I'm gonna just assume Cake needs a speed cast on them. And I was right. So, we should be getting X turns on you now. You can do what? I guess you just attack, honestly. Do I shield? Yes. Nope. No. Let's cast Restore. Just in case. And then you can poke. $239 damage, not too bad. That's a single hit for 57 damage, not a great thing to have to deal with. So Ray is going to cast Speed on, I think what Ray does now, funnily enough. We're going to change up our gear. We now have 66 agility, that's not quite enough. We equip a Titan Belt, and we equip a... And you're actually going to go ahead and cast Speed on yourself. Then we're going to cast another shield. I have not actually looked at the ability set this dragon has. I don't remember what it has. Funnily enough, I remember the attack pattern in the Hard Mode mod, which is a terrifying attack pattern in that, but I think that in this, I should be fine. And we can cast Speed on Peiko. We're going to cast another shield. And Peiko is actually going to swap this out for double speed boots. With double speed boots, I believe I can get X turns with Peiko. I should have healed with Peiko. I should have thrown him a heal. I think it is going to take two of them. A single is not enough.
Okay, Peiko does outspeed the boss now, which is a shock. Okay, Ray is now taking probably minimum damage, and unfortunately, again, we don't have triple blow and stuff like that. We're just chilling. So, Cake is going to just cast. You know what? Cake's gonna start casting like barriers and shit. Okay, we do need to cast another speed on Peiko. I actually feel really good about this choice of characters because Peiko is the one who I think has like the most like anti like I should cast on Cake actually. It is the most aggressive in countering the narrative that he's propping up here, and so I think that Peiko is actually a really good thematic choice to be fighting against him. And I think that's cool. Yeah, 63 damage is not a lot. Okay, Blizzard comes out. We'll see how much this hits for. And that's a pretty big hit on Peiko. Peiko just took 90 damage there. That's a lot. That's quite a lot. Okay, we're casting a speed spell. Did we cast Barrier on Peiko yet? I don't think we can't have cast Peiko. Right? I think we just did it on ourselves. So Peiko should have X turns now, I think. I believe so. I believe that Peiko had 2 higher agility and is now double sped, so we should be fine. So now we just poke, and I think I'm just gonna basically poke the dragon to death. I think that's basically how we're gonna handle this. You are going to... Oh, you can cast Chill if you want. That's kind of cool. We're going to use a Vitalize. This should go much faster. Ray should be using... Triple Blow. And oh god, I haven't cast Power on anybody. What am I doing? Should I be... Yeah. I need to get on that. What the hell am I doing? Oh, I don't... I don't like that at all. Luckily, I haven't actually powered anybody up. I've just boosted my defense, so I think we're fine here. I think everybody's pretty tanky against each other, and you know sometimes you'll just send the boss. Okay, that's 19 damage. That's not a lot of damage. It's not quite minimum though. So I maybe want to cast another shield just to protect myself a bit against my own damage. I did not realize that this boss used howling because I just didn't remember. This boss also has a shit ton of HP. Most bosses have had like 5,000 HP or something like that. They have not had a lot. This boss has an extremely large amount of HP. I'm gonna go ahead and cast Remedy on Peiko. So, Peiko is no longer confused, but might end up being confused in a second. Okay, Inferno comes out. I think Cake absorbs this, maybe? Nope, I don't have... What do I have on here? Are you weak against ice? You're probably strong against everything, right? You're not strong against everything, you're just neutral to everything? That's kind of boring. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna be here a while. This thing has over 12,000 HP. This mofo over here actually has a huge amount of HP. Oh, Cake is like out of HP. I should probably do something about that. I've been way too free with my spellcasts. So we're hitting for like 400 damage, so in like 10 turns that brings it with like a third of its HP. So not a lot of damage coming out right now. Let's go ahead and have you use this. The Holy Avenger on... let's do it. Let's get Ray a bit higher. We don't want to get Ray too high because it can confuse. I should probably put like protectors on or something. Let's do that. Let's get these characters a bit safer from Howling, because Howling is a sizable threat. Yeah, I don't need the high boots, so let's just equip a light bangle, and we'll use protectors, and then we're done. So we're completely immune to status effects with Ray now. Peiko can be made mostly immune, but doing so is a problem. So we're actually not going to do anything with Peiko. Peiko's fine. And you are going to be made immune. Or near to it. Do we like to live dangerously? We might like to live dangerously. Let's equip the light bangle. And you know what? This ice shield, we don't need it. We can just equip the protectors. So assuming we have them, which we don't have them. We equip the dragon shield. Yeah. And then Peiko, weirdly, should probably just equip the Ares gloves. Alright, so Peiko, you're puttering. I cannot believe that none of these characters actually have the stuff they're supposed to have. It's funny. It's just very funny. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and use this X turn to get a rejuvenate out. And at that point, I probably should start snoozing or something like that. You know what? Let's attack with you. I'm gonna have Peiko use the thing on yourself while I start snoozing. Because I don't even have War Shout because it's on Nina. It's crazy. This is a very, very under-optimized build. We're gonna do a shield because I forgot to cast the last shield. And this should allow us... We should probably be able to just double the damage that we deal per turn. I really wish I had War Shout. I'm a little concerned about empowering Ray too much. I'm less concerned about Peiko, because Peiko is doing double damage to the boss because of the dragon thing. So I don't need to worry about Peiko outpacing the damage as much. Okay, we are going to start snoozing once we finish this turn. It's so funny though. I'm just like chilling here going. I seem to have set myself up. Now, obviously, I could have just gone into dragon form and gone like dragon, you know, force plus shadow, and then just poke, and you know, obliterate this boss with cake. But that's not the life we want to live. We want to live a life where Ray and Peiko have a nice, casual conversation with the boss over the course of 20, 30 turns. Oh boy. It takes, I think, about 20 turns to kill right now. 20, including the X turns would be... So 10 boss turns, 20 turns for us. That's including like 2 or 3 reprisals in there, basically. Which we're not... That's probably a higher reprisal rate than we should expect, because the chances of attacking Peiko with a normal physical attack are not super high. But that's not a big deal. Peiko is still fine. Cake is now healing off of those, which is nice. These two are just chilling. Should I equip the dragon sword and actually, like, do something? You know what? I'll equip it. And if we get a reprisal, we get a reprisal.
It does do fire damage, which is not optimal. It is a Bane weapon against dragons, which is kind of funny because a lot of dragons are immune to fire. This one is not, though. I am actually just going to cast Might on Peiko. Because, again, Peiko's getting double the benefit out of this. Well, not really. The base damage is lower. Doesn't matter. Point being, Peiko... Well, but Ray can't be confused now. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? No! Don't sit... Whoops. I can't cast Might. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I'm using an item to cast Might, and I went to the abilities screen instead of the item screen, and the last ability I used was Snooze. It's fine. It's fine. These two will get the job done. Very nice and comfy. Nice and comfy, cozy. I really like using Cake as a dedicated support. I actually like setting up the protagonist as a dedicated support. I think that it's very fun. It makes your life real hard in some games. In Final Fantasy Tactics, if you set yourself up as a dedicated support and don't learn shit on support, you are in for a rough time about halfway through the game because you have a one-on-one fight and good fucking luck. If you actually can, I think, soft lock yourself in that section if you have set yourself up inappropriately. It's not an easy boss fight. Like most of the time, you would like kind of expect that a boss like that would be pretty easy. I think it's a pretty hard boss. So like, not a trivial boss. The way that I managed to do it on the save file that I was doing with my friends was the protagonist has some really, really, really good abilities in their base class that I was using as support, right? So for me, it wasn't too difficult because the support abilities can also be cast on yourself. So I was learning all those abilities, but basically, the protagonist has the ability to get one that increases a target's speed by 1. And by basically putting him in a fast class, I was able to just like increase his speed over and over and over and over again until he was getting multiple turns per turn of the boss. It was crazy. It was like the kind of thing that you shouldn't have to do, but I built the character completely into support, right? Like I had nothing. It's like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna beat you to death with my white mage. Like, what am I doing here, right? So that's rough. Well, it's a good thing that Ray is immune. Cake is resistant. Okay, Cake's fine. And Peiko regains sanity instantly. Good job, Peiko. Good on ya. Good on ya. Alright, we're gonna keep increasing your strength, because you did 1 point of damage to Cake, and I think that we can afford to have your strength go a little higher. I don't know how many times we've cast that on Ray, but it was puttering. So this boss will eventually die. I should probably be snoozing to get my AP back, but never mind, we're fine. Okay. That is a wrap. Peiko levels up to level 31, which is the level that we're trying to get to on Peiko. We're not getting overkill. There is no sound for this section. It's incredibly disturbing. Cake. Myria is right. I don't think so. Look at us. The Brood. All we know how to do is fight and kill each other like this, but hey man, I haven't killed any Brood. Well, okay, maybe one. I didn't ask to be Brood. I didn't ask for be the power. I just wanted to be with you, Ray, and you, Cake, my family. And if I can be a little, like, morbid and kind of an asshole here, I don't believe you. I actually don't believe you, Tipo. Like, actually fuck off with that. Like, those are your dying words that you wanted to be with us. Guess what? You could have been. If that was all you wanted, you could have been at any fucking time. You made no effort to try to find us. Fuck off with that shit. Right? Like, I might be able to complain about, like, fucking Ray a bit, but, like, this to me feels like someone on the way out trying to hurt us. Like, this feels like a malicious emotional attack on Ray and Cake. Like, legitimately, this is me just being an asshole here. I don't believe you. And the reason I don't believe you is, first of all, the only one of these motherfuckers who ever made any attempt to find the others is fucking Cake. Okay? If any of these assholes had tried to find each other, we'd have a very easy time, actually. It would be very cool and chill and easy. So I don't believe that any of these motherfuckers were trying to find each other. But also, when we showed up here, he's just, like, talking crazy like some psycho zealot, and then he tries to fucking kill us. And he's like, oh, I just wanted to hang out with you two. Well, if you wanted to hang out with the two of us, then maybe don't try to fucking murder us? What are you talking about? Doesn't this just beat all? Tipo's a dick. I'm just gonna say it. He's a dick. He's from top to bottom, he's just an asshole. Hey, Cake. Maybe you brood really are cursed. Now, obviously he didn't need to die. It's Myria's fault he's dying, because he was an asshole, but, you know, he wasn't this big of an asshole until he found a religion, you know what I mean? I hope not. I really do, Cake. Okay. It says card A. It looks important. It probably is. Alright. So, we now have a new key card, and we now have the ability to get the hell out of here. So we need to go back to, like, the middle of the area. So there it is. So I think we're just backtracking to the entrance. And then we have a new section that we'll be exploring. But yeah. I really don't buy it. That line, I just am like, oh, you motherfucker. You know exactly what you're doing. You're like... Because he's such a dick. I don't buy it. Look, maybe I have, like, a particularly, like, low, what's the word? I have a very low tolerance for certain kinds of behavior. And Tipo really ticks off a lot of check marks of, like, this person is toxic as fuck. As a kid, he's a kid, so it's like, okay, he can grow out of it. But, like, as an adult, he gets worse, right? And so I really think that, like, it is very interesting because I feel like, you know, Ray's got a lot of problems, right? Like, Ray has problems, but Ray is not as bad as Tipo, both when they're kids and when they're adults. To be fair, Ray has more responsibility when they're kids because he's older. Like, he's old enough that he's the one responsible for the other two. The other two are not responsible. They are children, right? Like, fully children. He's a teenager. He shouldn't have this responsibility in the first place, but he does have it because he's a teenager and the other two are like 10, right? Life sucks, right? So when they're kids, I'm a little harder on Ray. But, like, as adults, I'm still pretty hard on Ray because, like, dude's been a fucking highwayman, just, like, robbing random travelers and pretending that he's doing the world a favor for the last, like, fucking however many years, right? We cannot allow this fucker to level up. Okay, we're not doing another fight. I just wanted to see if I could steal a power food. And we didn't do it, and I'm sad.
don't go this way. We go this way. We are. Oh, do I have the? I don't have the Holy Mantle equipped right now. I think. Okay. So, yeah, Tipo is really interesting because, like, he is fully occultist. Like, he talks like a person who is, like, truly just, it's over, man. Like, you're gone. Like, this is a person who is so far gone. Like, talking shit about my friends having lives of their own and desires, and, like, you know what I mean? Like, what part of Nina's whole deal feels like this is petty, meaningless bullshit that we don't need to, like, it's just like the reaction that if we assume that Tipo has access to seeing the same scenes that we see there, right? Then, like, what about basically any of these people reinforces his worldview, right? Like, his worldview is the worldview you would expect from, like a piece of shit 14-year-old incel on the internet. Like, that's like the level of, like, what's the word, like, I'm trying to think of, like, it's like negative disposition. It's like basically like the level of, like, completely undeserved animosity coming out of him. Like, he is shitting on all of these people, including Ray, for, like, no reason, right? It's just kind of crazy and wild, right? Like, it's like this complete non sequitur of, like, oh, these people are, you know, petty and small and bad, and so are we, and, like, you know, the only one who can handle this kind of power is Myria because, and then, like, it's like the underpants gnomes, right? Like, where it's like, oh, okay, yeah, why is Myria able to handle this power and we can't? And there's just no answer, right? Like, there's a complete blank slot there, right? So I think that they did a really good job with this game of, like, making the characters who are, like, religious extremists feel like religious extremists. Like, they just do. They feel like religious extremists because it's like I think that the scene where we get that backstory with Geist, where Geist doesn't lock Days away because she tries to stop him, like, she has the power to stop him. He locks Days away because he's petty and spiteful, and it's, like, it's justified within the context of this holy war, but it is this petty, small asshole move that he does. Like, actually, that's his actual motivation is implied to be that, because that's the thing we see, right? The thing we see that is tied in with that is him being, like, is him just being a petty bitch, right? So I think that was a very interesting scene. I think they did a really good job with this. I think that the last time I played this game, I did not give enough credit to how good the writing actually is. If you assume that the intent of the developers is to create actual moral ambiguity, to create an actually morally ambiguous situation, and, like, and make you feel like these are all good people, like, on a fundamental level. If basically, if you're supposed to believe all of these characters when they say this shit, then I think they drop the ball a bit. But if you take it from the expectation that no, there's a reason why, there's a very strong reason why it is that we show the specific scene with Days that we show. We don't show Days stopping them. We don't see Days showing power. We don't see her doing anything other than telling these people, you are evil, you are bad, and the things that you're doing are wrong. Because that is the thing that they respond negatively to, right? And this is true in reality as well, okay? If you've seen the modern world, if you've seen where we are today, there is nothing that the most evil sons of bitches on Earth respond to worse to than being told that the obviously evil shit that they're up to is bad. Right? Like, hey man, you know, cutting off US aid and just killing millions of fucking people for no reason is bad, actually. Like, that's a bad thing to do. You tell a motherfucker that, you've made an enemy for life. Just saying good is good and bad is bad, you made a fucking enemy for life. And so that scene with Geist really resonates with me right now. Like, in this particular time in history, when we've got fucking Nazis running around again. And them not just running around, they're like doing shit. They are controlling governments. And they're doing Nazi shit in the governments, right? In this current situation, in this world state, right? You really do see this like cognitive dissonance where like Gar's never gonna be a good person again. Like, he's always going to be kind of shady. He's always going to be looking for that excuse for why he was right all along. That's the thing to know about Gar, right? Gar is never going to stop looking for a way to excuse the behavior that he had and that he engaged in when he was like doing a genocide. He's never gonna stop. And that's something to bear in mind, is that he will do good things, right? But intellectually, he's always gonna be compromised. He's always going to be dangerous. Because if he's exposed to the right stimulus, if he's given the right excuse, he'll do that shit all over again. Right? And not everyone who engages in this kind of behavior, not everyone who does bad shit, not every member of every military that's ever done bad things is like Gar. That's not what I'm trying to say. But there are people who are like Gar. There are people who are like him, right? A lot of the Nazis were like Gar. Some of them just didn't ever change their minds. But even the ones who did change their minds, the ones who changed their minds after the fact, a lot of those motherfuckers were just looking for an excuse for them to have been right. If any of the Nazis survived long enough to see fucking Epstein, they'd be like, see, we were right all along. And they weren't. They never have been. The Epstein shit has nothing to do with Judaism as a religion or Jews as a people, okay? Now, it doesn't have to do with Israel, yes, but that's not the same thing. That's a completely different thing. Israel is just a military-industrial complex vassal state, okay? It's not. It's a whole thing. The point being that, like, I think that they did a really good job with these characters, and like, there's really a lot of these characters that are just like, wow, man, like, this shit resonates very strongly with what's going on. And, you know, I kind of feel like Gar is someone's grandfather. Right? Like, Gar is, like, an imperial Japanese soldier who is still looking for that excuse. Who's, like, come around to the idea of, okay, well, maybe we shouldn't have tried to genocide China. But is also, like, maybe they deserved it? Maybe tomorrow we'll find out that one piece of information that I need to change my mind. I'm looking to change my mind on the things that I did wrong. You know what I mean? Like that's I think the thing there. So he might have been someone's grandparent. Like this might be, this is a very believable character that I think, okay, you don't need to change. Right, it should just be Ray and Keiko that need to change. I don't know. I feel like this is something that people have experience with. And it makes sense. It's an old enough game that someone's grandparent would very easily be like a fucking soldier in the Imperial Japanese Army who did horrifying atrocities and is willing to talk about it with their kids. Because there's certainly plenty of them, despite what... This is Ray, not Peiko. Peiko 32. So we are swapping to Fall here. Perfect. And then Ray is level 35. So 36 under Ray is Dex. Okay, so we're putting Peiko... And is Peiko getting 2 levels here? Peiko, I think, is getting 2 levels here. Yeah, we're getting 2 levels under Fall and then 1 level under Days. So yeah, I don't know. I find this very interesting. This is such an interesting piece of media to come back to because it in some ways it's a very like children's game, but it touches on a lot of themes that I really do think are more easily like engaged with as subject matter as an adult. Like, it's not complicated. Like, genocide is bad is not a super complicated it's not a super complicated thing to get behind. Like, it's like, oh yeah, that you know, that seems reasonable. But right, I was checking if I was looking for the protagonist. I don't think the protagonist needs to change right now. Sorry, for some reason I'm distracted from the numbers. Okay, so 44 is another Days level. Okay, perfect. So we're swapping to Days for Ray, and then we're golden. Yeah, so I think that this game works pretty well for kids, and I think that it works pretty well as like an old man. I actually do think that the point where this game was weakest is when I was a young adult. Because I do think that as a young adult, I basically was like, okay, so they're like kind of just trying to act like there's an argument here. Like they're trying to like convince me that maybe Myria has a point. And I don't necessarily believe that anymore. I don't know that I believe that that's the point. I don't think the point is that Myria has a point. I think the point is that she doesn't. There's just so much... I think that the point is, to a large degree, just because someone... I think the point is that motherfuckers can lie. I think that's to a large degree the point, man. It's like, yeah, these assholes be lying. They be lying, man. And some of them, these motherfuckers are going to be lying to the day they die, right? They don't believe the shit they're saying. They just lying. That's it. It's that simple. Sometimes it do just be that simple. Anyway, but like the way that they're lying, the lies that they tell themselves, and the way that like the fact that Gar takes at no point any moral responsibility for anything is just such an interesting characteristic about him. Is the fact that he just doesn't recognize that he's the one who's doing things, and it's up to him to do right. It's not up to another person to point him in the right direction to do right things. If that makes any sense? Like, he's incapable of centering himself as an actor in a way that I think is just super interesting. Like, because the central question that he has isn't even, did I do wrong? The central question is closer to, did God do wrong? I just don't, I don't get the impression from any of his dialogue that he has any sense of personal responsibility. He lives in this religious fugue state where everything about the world is comprehended through his relationship with his God. And it's just interesting. Boogie boogie. I know what you want to do. At least that's what he seems to be saying. Apparently I don't even know what to do because I'm given a choice. I'll stay with you to the end. After all, I came this far, right? I would have been happy just being a thief. But I guess, darn, Tipo. Well, you know, maybe we should have been farmers. Just a thought. Cake. Yeah, it's a pretty rough situation. But yeah, there's a lot of deep shit that this game goes into. Goddamn. They certainly take swings. Like, whether or not, like, the intention, no matter what the intention of the authors was in terms of, like, you know, how much empathy you're supposed to have for these characters, because I have a fair degree of empathy for them. I just think that a lot of them are assholes and wrong. But, like, one second. But they took some very, very, like, strong swings. Like, the fucking subject matter of this is crazy. Like, I don't know, man. There's not a lot of, like, children's media that really goes into, like, oh yeah, what does it mean to be the survivor of a fucking genocide? Like, what the fuck? Like, it's crazy. There should be dozens of video essays written about this fucking game. This game has just way too much interesting shit about it. It's a problem, okay? There are not enough video essays that have been written about Breath of Fire 3. In this video essay, I will complain about how many video essays don't exist. That's my new pitch. But yeah, so we are about to be done. I think we'll go to the, we'll get ourselves to the correct place. We are now caught up to Nina in terms of level on Cake. So that's kind of cool. I like that. We might end up getting higher level than Nina because I don't know if we're going to bring her for a lot of the things in the immediate future. But I hope everyone's enjoying this. I'm really thoroughly enjoying this. I know that it's like kind of a mixture of like progression and like way too much fighting, way too much grinding. But I want to get all the items and things. I want to get all the cool shiny things, and I want to maintain the build until the very end. So I'm hoping that people are enjoying that element of it. I'm looking forward to doing some fights against the super bosses. I wish that there were more, like, hard bosses. Like, the Berserker and the Archmage are both, like... I feel like they're kind of pulling their punches with both of them. Like, they feel more like Easter eggs than, like, real super bosses, in my opinion. Speaking of whom, let's see, you are going to... Shit. I guess we cast Resist on you, maybe? How much speed do you have, Cake? This is a very suboptimal setup for us, unfortunately. We're immune to fire, but fire sure as hell ain't thunder. We have way lower agility than we need, and our speed rings are not in this castle. I think we can't thunder ring this turn if we use accession here, is the issue. Do we... We have to equip a thunder ring, unfortunately. There's no way around it. The only shot we have on turn 1... Oh, that's not... We could hope for good things to happen that are probably not going to happen, but it's not a great idea to do that. We're going to do this. That will not give me quite enough speed, I don't think, to X-turn. We are then going to cast Speed on Cake. Mjolnir comes out. We are immune to this on the protagonist. I did equip the thing, right? Yes. So, we survived the Mjolnir. That means... I should have probably cast Speed on me. Okay, we're now in Warrior form. We might have enough to HP and defense to survive a single Mind Sword. I'm not actually positive if we do or not, but I think we might. I believe with speed we get an X turn. We don't get an X turn. Okay, that's a problem. We are going to focus on this turn, and then we are going to cast... I think we cast War Shout at speed. The idea here is we need an X turn with a focus. And maybe we do a double focus. Let's see the Mind Sword. Who's it going to be? Okay, that's Momo. Momo dies here. Which is not necessarily a bad thing. However, you know what sure is a bad thing? This means I now have... I don't have an X turn. So, with no X turn here, but we do outspeed, we aura. We have a huge amount of attack power. Our attack power should be capped. We aura here. We're not going to... I don't think we're going to kill the boss here. But you know what we will do? What am I looking for? Armor. If the boss uses Mind Sword on Cake, I believe we get knocked out. But we might survive. Does not use it on Cake. It uses it on Nina. Okay. We can't actually do this right now. We don't have the damage to... We don't have the damage for... Oh, wait! You're going to pick them up this turn. We attack. We hope for a crit. We did not get a crit, so it is going to be at full HP. We have one speed cast already done. Oh my god, you double missed. That's very funny. Okay, so you cannot... Will Aura actually out DPS? No, I don't think Aura will necessarily out DPS it. What I should be doing is focusing right now. Okay, we got the recovery, so we now have the ability to start focusing. We will cast... we're gonna double cast... No, there's no reason to do that. I'm tempted to actually cast a shield. I think we will shout in speed. The speed is the more important of the two. My hope here is that we get a Mjolnir on the protagonist. If we get Mjolnir on the protagonist, we get Mjolnir, is it on the protagonist? Yes. So we get the speed, we get the war shot. We did not monopolize yet. I think Momo can eat the CXP. Momo should, at this point, have enough EXP to get one level off of this and not two. I think we're fine. If we're not fine, then that's a funny way to end the stream. So we are focusing on this X turn. We finally got our X turn. We have double focus. We double focus. We Shadow Walk. So we Aura. Nina is going to... do I monopolize here? Just for shits and giggles? Let's just monopolize for shits and giggles. And we Shadow Walk. I believe the Shadow Walk is guaranteed to kill here. So... we're golden, we didn't need it. Whew. Okay. So, everybody levels. Cake becomes level 44, that's one level. Nina becomes level 44, that's one level. Momo becomes level 38, which I believe is one. We get a Holy Avenger, we get a Soul Gem. Alright, nice stuff. And unfortunately this does mean we need to swap Cake to a new master. And Momo to a new master. Let's look at Momo. Let's see. Yes. Yeah, you're under fall, right? Okay, perfect. So we gained the one level that we needed under fall with Momo, and we walk right back out the front door. Okay, we're gonna go save. I was thinking about ending early by a few minutes instead of getting all the way there, but we have to like go out the other way. We're gonna be a few more minutes late, which kind of sucks because I have someone coming at some point this afternoon, and I don't know when exactly. We're gonna go to Dragnir. Dragnir is wait, no, that's not the right place. No. We're not going to take longer to be ready tomorrow. I'm not going to talk to the fairies, and I'm not going to be talking to the masters yet. I can't do that. That'll be for tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll be talking to some masters, switching things back out, and all that jazz. And then, yeah, tomorrow I will try to finish up the game. That'll also keep most of, like, the lore discussion, like, sequestered away to, like, a couple of streams, rather than, like, if I did it, like, several streams from now, then people would be like, what are you talking about? And it's like, all the themes and things I was talking about earlier, people are like, what? But, like, they'll be close together so that people can get a more cohesive understanding of, how my interpretation of all this. Because I just don't buy it for a second. It's especially because of the fact that this is not the first time we've seen this villain. This is a recurring villain, and this is not the first time she's behaved like this. So, okay. We are saving the game. And then, once we have saved the game, that's going to be it for today. So thank you everyone for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure to stream this for you today. I do apologize for Ray and Peiko not being able to unleash their full power against the boss that we just fought, but you know, sometimes that's just how things go. And I hope to see you again tomorrow when we'll be doing probably the final stream of this for a while, because I don't think farming gear while I can't talk is a good deal, but for Thursday and Friday I'll have just gotten some mouth surgery, and I don't know how well I'll be talking. We'll see. Later, folks.